Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second session of day one for the USA Powerlifting Masters Raw Challenge here at the Arnold Sports Festival in the Greater Columbus Convention Center in Columbus, Ohio.
Word. That's a word salad, right?
That's a mouthful right there, but I'm here. My name is Kevin Serrano, and I'm joined by
Jan Dario.
And we will be kicking off the second session again. Over in the morning session, we had the Open and Masters Bench Bash, and now we have the Masters Raw Challenge. So this will be a full power SBD competition. So a little bit longer than what we saw earlier in the morning session, but these are some of the best master lifters USA Powerlifting has to offer. I mean, we're at the Arnold Sports Festival. I mean, this is a
if you're here, you're one of the best, right?
This jam-packed area we're in right now.
So when they opened the doors at 9 a.m., right? And that was for people that actually paid to be like a fast pass or whatever, a fast ticket. And so you paid extra to do that. At 9 a.m., the place was packed. And then they opened the doors to the masses at like 10. And now it's bedlam out there. We got a full crowd sitting out there in our grandstand, and it's packed on everywhere else. So we're ready to roll.
Here we see some shots of our master lifters warming up in the platform area right here behind the stage. We got 6 platforms for you guys. That way we have plenty of ample warm-up space for all of our athletes. So plenty of space here that USA Powerlifting provides for all of our athletes that qualify to compete at the Arnold.
12,000 square feet.
Wow.
In this space alone.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah.
We probably have the largest footprint besides some of the vendors that paid tens of thousands of dollars to be here, where we didn't have to do that. We just have to bring the entertainment.
Yeah, again, that's one of the things that we have. As soon as you walk into the entryway, you have the USA Powerlifting stage. So, I mean, people, as soon as they walk in, they see the video boards, they see Gino screaming.
Yep, they see Mike up there.
Yep, they see everybody. And so it is now 1 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, and we are getting ready to start the session.
Let's go.
And for those of you joining us online, watching us on stream, if you guys want to go ahead and visit www.liftingcast.com/meets, click on USA Powerlifting Masters Raw Challenge, and you can go ahead and toggle between platform 1 and 2 and keep alongside the action as we see the numbers fill up.
So first we got Deborah Stern on platform 1 and David Webb on platform 2 here. Wow. That got a good squat.
Yeah.
It's a good way to start it. Referee say. Maybe. I guess we'll never know.
And just to talk a little bit more about the prestige and the meaning behind competing at the Arnold, this isn't just a regular meet that you sign up for, right? It's not like you can just go onto LiftingCast or go into the USA Powerlifting website and just sign up for the Arnold, right? This is a meet not only you have to qualify for, but get invited. So lifters have to have competed prior to competing on this stage, but not only that, but qualify, set either a minimum required dots score for their division weight class, and in order to be invited to lift in this competition. So this is not just any regular lifter session. These are some of the best lifters that USAPL has to offer.
Yeah, there's nobody competing for the first time here today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Many for dozens of times, but nobody for the first time. So I think on platform 1, I think Deborah timed out.
Yeah.
It's not a good way to start your day, that's for sure.
Yeah, so lifters have 60 seconds to walk out onto the platform and get that initial squat command. So if they are unable to get that squat command within the time frame, they time out. So they will have to come back again for their second attempt to retry that weight.
And depending upon how you feel about it, you can go up if you want to, or if you don't, you can always, take that attempt again if it's kind of be safe. It's totally up to you.
Yeah, we'll see sort of the attempt strategies and the game plans some of these lifters have in store. I mean, everyone's approach is going to be very different from one another, so it's just a matter of time to see kind of how these lifters play their game.
And now the funny thing about this meet, really not funny, but how it works is everybody's competing against everybody.
Yeah.
There are no There are no age classes here. There are no weight classes here. Every male is competing against every male, and every female is competing against every female. So that's the difference in this. So it's dots plus the age coefficient, and now you also have the, however many people, we got like 20 some odd people in each different gender division. They're battling for that, 1 through 5.
Yeah.
And we're paying out top 3.
Yeah.
And top 3 win a pro card if they actually hit the dots minimum. So that's huge. And, for somebody who doesn't have a pro card, this is your avenue to actually win one. We had a bunch of first-time people that won pro cards this morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
So huge.
And you bring up a good point. We have 2 platforms, 2 flights on each platform. However, there's only 2 divisions, right? We have our women's Raw Master and men's Raw Master.
Correct.
So talking a little bit more about what dots mean and what coefficients mean for those of you that are a little bit new to powerlifting. It's not a weight class versus weight class sport.
Correct.
So it's not the best total or the highest total necessarily, right? Because we have lifters who might be the lightest of the bunch, but might be the ones that win, right?
Yeah.
And so the way it works is your total is factored in with a coefficient along with the weight lifted, which produces a dots score.
And your age.
And your age, right? And so because these are master lifters, so 3 factors: your weight lifted, your body weight that you registered at weigh-ins, and your age division, right? So your age coefficients, all of those are added up into a formula coefficient score, and that essentially allows you to cross-compare athletes that range from different body weights and age divisions.
Mm-hmm. And so if you ever wanted to go and look and see if you are a master's lifter, we have the coefficients on our website. You could literally just search for coefficients up in the search bar, and you can find that PDF that actually lists out every individual age based starting at 40 all the way up to 100, and it gives you what that coefficient, it's a value of point something or 1 point something or 2 or whatever. So you're going to take your total and you're going to multiply it by that coefficient, or you're going to take your dot score raw, meaning bare without any coefficient, and multiply it times that coefficient to get what your dots plus age coefficient is. I know that's a mouthful again, but that's kind of the gist behind it.
Moving over on the platform, Manuel Pietro on platform 2, 172.5 kilos, and Jamie Kingsley, 102.5 kilos on platform 1.
Solid opener for Manny. Same for Jamie.
Manny's one of those veteran lifters we see quite often. He competes always at Raw Nats. He's been at the Arnold quite a few times, and he's a well-known name around here.
He gets around. And he's from New York. I'm a little biased, so he volunteers a lot of our meets. He'll be at our state meet refereeing and handling, so he's a jack of all trades. All right, next up we got Ashley opening at 107.5, and Chris opening at 197.5. Her short legs make those knee sleeves look so long, don't they?
Yeah.
That should be a good lift for Ashley. And it is.
2-1, got 1 red light on Ashley on the side for depth.
You think that was depth, really? I mean,
yeah, you got to see the red card right there.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Didn't see that. Huh. Well, hey, that's why we have to be referees, right?
Smooth opener there for Chris. Let's see, refs say. All right, 2-1. He got a red card, technical infraction from the center referee. Not sure what that.
Did he miss the rack command and nobody else caught it? Maybe.
Maybe. Could be a variety of things.
Yeah.
And I want to bring up something that we're going to see quite often, a trend here at the Arnold. We see Carlo E. Melendez on platform 2. He actually competed in the session prior to this one that started at 9 a.m. in the bench bash. So there's lifters here that are double dipping into different divisions and cross competing in the same session even. So we had lifters in the morning session compete in flight A, finish their bench presses, and then right away go ahead and compete in flight B, right? So they're kind of following themselves. And here in Carlo Melendez, we see him competing in the session prior and then now here competing full power.
And he's a pro, so he got an invite right off the rip. So, he's signing up for both things. It's daunting, though. You're going to bench first, right? Then you get that done. Now, you've got to go through the whole weigh-in process again. And again, here it doesn't. Your body weight isn't really. It's a factor, but it's not going to limit you from competing. So if you happen to weigh, if you're close on body weight, it doesn't matter. So you can weigh. You know, if you sign up as a 75 and you wind up being a 76 and a half, it doesn't matter. So it's going to affect your DOT score, but that's really all it's going to affect. Come on, Deborah. Come on. See what those referees say out there on platform 1. Should be a good lift, or not. I can barely see the red on the wall. Oh, depth. It was definitely questionable. So obviously from the front we get like probably the worst view, but it is what it is. We make do with what we have. Let's go, Peter. All right, next up we got Alexis on platform 1, opening with 130, and Jose with 210 kilos. Giving dabs to everybody. Love to see the camaraderie out there. I don't think we have an issue with depth over there on platform 1. Now you see them pulling those racks in, so different than what everybody saw this morning if you were watching. We do have lifters that do want to have the racks in for whatever reason, or in this case, one in and one out to make it even more interesting. They probably, the way they step back, the bar moves, and instead of clipping the uprights, it allows them to not do that. Looks like we got the same thing on platform 2, or not.
Yeah, it comes down to personal preference, right? Lifters sometimes opt to have a rack set up in a certain way. I mean, something that you're used to training, and I think that's something we'll reiterate as we move through the meet is just as a power lifter, as an athlete perspective, you want to train as close to the standards you've been training at and mimic the environment you've been training at in competition, right? That allows you to feel that rhythm, right? Treat it like another day in the office is a common term we see and hear, and really not try to do anything out of the ordinary, right? Because if you introduce new variables into your training, into your competition setting, that might be whether a recipe for slight disaster or just, it creates greater unpredictability.
Yeah, don't eat something on the day of a meet that you would normally never eat.
That's the worst. I've done that mistake.
Oh man, I've seen that way too many times from young lifters, and you want to say something, but you just, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. And they'll realize it's a mistake.
Bit of a harder opening attempt there for Benjamin Rowe. Let's see what the referees say on that lift.
Platform 2 is a little slow.
Appeared to be a good lift, just a little bit slower than you'd expect for an open group B.
All right, we got Vitaly Sander, another New York lifter here, and Adrian Bonaparte.
Taking a pretty big jump on platform 2, going from 215 to 252.5. So now we're going from 475 to 556 pounds. So now we're going to need 5 spotters on that barbell platform 2.
And we pretty much have, we do have all women on platform 1 and all men on platform 2.
So this truly is going to feel like a head-to-head battle, right? Because, I mean, you're going to see these scores, the forecasted placings, update in real time as lifters put in their attempts. So you're going to be able to see what your oppositions are doing and be able to adjust accordingly based off of your game plan.
So, Kevin, do you have any sessions that you're not commentating?
Yeah, so tomorrow's going to be my only day that I'm not commentating. I'm going to be handling 2 athletes for the female Raw Challenge, and then I'll be refereeing the male Raw Challenge on the side.
Are you going to venture out into the wild here?
Yeah, we had a bit of a break in between sessions because we had the bench bash. It ended pretty quickly, just at around 11.
2-hour break,
Yeah, so we got some time, got some downtime to check out some of the booths and venues. I mean, it
is bananas.
It is so packed in here at the Arnold.
JT on platform 1 crushing 142.5.
So this, you could say, is the third division Jennifer Thompson is competing in. She competed once at the bench bash, but she double dipped into 2 divisions. So she competed in the Masters division and the Open, and she won both of them.
Crazy.
And now she is currently forecasted in first for the Women's Raw Masters. So she is looking to snag 3 gold medals after today's performance.
Just extending her pro card status another year, so that's good for her. Keep it going. Got Janet on platform 1, 147.5, and Lee Wells coming up with 260.
Both are second to last lifters in the flight before we round out opening squats.
They're doing a pretty good job out there spotting and loading, keeping them pretty much in sync. Considering the disparity in the weights, you know.
A very fast opener for Lee Wells, 260 kilos, 573 pounds.
Nice.
Wow, what a massive jump we're going to see here on platform 2.
Oh, is he 332.5?
Yeah, to 332.5 kilos. We skipped 600 pounds. We're now up to 700.
Screw it.
Yeah.
Who needs that? Just throw on a couple more reds.
Yeah,
it's all good.
We're now up to 733 pounds. We got a record attempt on platform 2 on an opener.
Rookie mistake out there by Minnesota. Jack then put the weights on.
Yeah. And when it's when uprights are in,
yes,
increasingly harder.
Way
to
harder.
Uprights.
Way harder. Opening with a world record attempt. Huge.
Wow.
Huge. All right, Jennifer and Alejandro coming up.
Last opening attempts, both platforms. 330 pounds, platform 1. 733 pounds, platform 2. Oh my gosh.
Air.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
RPE air, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so dare I say, I don't know, maybe an 800-pound squat in the future? Maybe?
Yeah, I'd say.
I don't know what his jumps are going to be, but I mean, geez, you're opening with that?
I mean, Alejandro is one of the ones that is currently forecasted in the top 3. He's currently forecasted second after that opening attempt, and that's just based off of openers. So these forecasted placings are subject to change as lifters continue to put in attempts and hit lifts, miss lifts, or just depending on how much they go up by. But currently, Alejandro is forecasted in second place out of all of our master lifters.
Which is huge because he's definitely got a body, disadvantage.
Yeah.
But because his attempts are so much heavier than everybody else's, that's the advantage for him.
The advantage really there is he lifts after everybody else, right?
Yeah.
So he gets to have that final say, right?
Yep.
He gets to see what everyone else puts in for their attempts, and then he can adjust accordingly to beat them by however much of a margin he needs.
Yeah, so if he doesn't need a lot on deads to actually podium, why go out and kill yourself?
Yeah.
Let's go, Deborah. She making up for. Yep, she made up for her not being able to get her first attempt because she actually missed it based on time.
And I think that's a safe and sound strategy. Sometimes, especially lifters who have had multiple experiences on the platform, instead of just retaking an attempt, sometimes they'll just go up maybe somewhere in between what their planned opener and second attempt might have been.
Yep.
So in this case, if she, for example, hit her opener and wanted to go 70 kilos, she just kind of met it in the middle with 67. Cover a little bit of ground, but not take a risk in going too heavy and then risking on strength.
And she didn't miss it right. She didn't
miss it.
It was a technicality.
Right, exactly. So last thing you want is to miss on a technicality, go up, and then miss on strength. We see it too often, though.
Yes, we do.
You'd be surprised.
Yes, we do. We've got Melinda here. She jumped 5 kilos, 170 pounds.
15-kilo jump, platform 2 for Edgar.
Should be a good lift for Edgar. And it is. Got Lynn Marie coming up. starting to get into the 200s on platform 1. And we're almost at 400 pounds on platform 2, so we're starting to climb again. The Masters community is pretty awesome in powerlifting. They very much are cheerleaders for themselves, and I think Masters Nationals this year is going to be a testament to that. I mean, they're somewhat close to selling it out, and that'll be big for them to do that, because that would be the most Masters lifters we've ever had at a national event ever.
Yeah, and I'm really excited, especially the new format for this year's Nationals. The way they're doing it in Lombard is they're actually splitting it up, right? So usually when we host Raw Nationals, we go by weight classes. So we go, all of our lighter weight lifters are on Thursday, then we just kind of follow along the schedule all the way up until Sunday to the heavier weight lifters. But this time, we're giving the Masters their own platform. So we're splitting it up, right? So we have a Raw Nationals, and then we have Masters Nationals, which will take place on the first 2 days of Raw Nationals. So that'll be a very exciting thing to give all of our master lifters a platform to shine and actually compete against themselves, and yeah, have their own independent platform. So that's really exciting.
And that does two things. So that also, because a lot of our Masters community are referees, so they wind up staying around and refereeing for Raw Nationals, which is huge. So having them kind of go and be out front and put the flag in the sand and say, all right, we started something new here. Yeah. Let's keep it rolling. And we do have youth nationals kind of thrown in the middle of that, but that's a very small 50 lifter meet. But it's the diversity going from Masters to youth to everybody else. It's going to be quite the transition.
I mean, I personally, when I refed or I commentated youth bench and equip nationals, I've seen lifters as young as 8. Yeah. And then lifters as old as in their late 80s. Yeah.
But that's the cool thing about the sport. Age is not a defining factor to be here and compete. It's your willingness to do it.
Jamie Kingsley, platform 1. Chris Baula, platform 2. Just a little too much on the day there for Chris. He's got one more attempt at it. Again, these are just the seconds, so he will have one more go at it. Might have been a positioning thing, might have just lost a little bit of balance. So it seemed like the bar just came to a very abrupt stop. So maybe not an entirely strength issue. Might have not emptied the tank there, so he has another go at it.
I mean, we can only see the forward view, so we don't see if the bar came forward. He got midfoot, over his foot, whatever. So
absolutely,
we shall see what's going to happen with him. All right, we're back to Carlo here, and Ashley on platform 1.
And Carlo, another one of the lifters that competed earlier in the morning session.
I think there's only him and Jen. I don't know if there's anybody else. I'm looking at the list here. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody else.
Wow, what a grind here by Carlo. Oh, just a little bit too much there on the day. I mean, he was grinding out 215. So I wonder how much he's going to have left in the tank for his third. Hoping he can come back again and see if he can at least get it on the board.
Maybe jump, I don't know, 2.5 and just get a third decent squat in, or maybe scratch. Save it for bench and dead.
Yeah, let's see if Deborah on platform 1 can make the adjustment. Got called on depth for her opener, retaking 115 kilos. Look plenty deep there. See if the referees like it. And they do, 3 white lights.
Nice. So Deborah's goal for this meet, she's an M3 lifter, by the way, were to PR all lifts. So let's hope that she actually accomplishes that.
Yeah, I mean, off on a good foot now, able to get a squat on the board with 115 kilos.
She's in the meet so far.
Fortunately, no lift on platform 2 for Peter Melendez. Got called on depth. from the front
both
and
the front
the
and
right
really?
referee.
But the left chair gave him a pass. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey,
Again, it's one of those where it's not completely high, totally high. I mean, one of the referees agrees, and sometimes it might even be a hip shift. One hip might be higher than the other. That's why sometimes you see certain depth calls only coming from a certain side.
Yep.
One thing to keep in mind, hopefully they can make that adjustment moving forward for the third attempt. Good lift there for Jose, as well as Melissa, 122.5 kilos. Oh, unfortunately, a no lift for Melissa, platform 1.
what did Jose just squat there?
222.5.
All right, so he's getting close to his PR in squat. So his PR is 237. That's not unsurmountable, but it's a pretty decent jump.
Took a 12.5 kilo jump, so I mean, pretty sizable jump. Able to cover some ground there. Might go 230, 232. We'll see. Benjamin Rowe, platform 2, 225 kilos. He's another one of our referees that gets very involved in going to traveling out to a lot of these national competitions.
Originally from Massachusetts, now I think he's living in Texas, I believe. He is at almost every national meet.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, let's see what the referees say on that platform 2 squat. 2-1.
No lift, but
Had a good lift on platform 1 though, so.
Vitaly up next. We got 273 loaded on the bar, so we got chips going onto the bar. So we got a record attempt here. We're being prompted and shown that it is an American record. Yep, 273.
Let's go, Vitaly.
$602 for Vitaly. Second attempt.
Oh, I didn't know it was 273. I didn't notice that.
Yep. Aaron Michael up next. Platform 1, 140 kilos, 308 pounds.
I guess you didn't want that 599. You really want that.
Yeah.
You want that stamp.
Yeah. Solid attempt there on platform 1.
She's got an interesting. She keeps all of her air in her mouth.
Big squat here at platform 2.
See if we can bring that American record home to New York. Oh yeah.
No, nice.
Oh yeah.
Not too much of an aggressive attempt there. I mean, he's got a few more left in him.
Well, he owns it, so there you go.
Yeah.
Adrian coming out getting all hyped up. See if she can do on her second attempt here. 145 kilos, 319 pounds. Thoughts?
Let's see what the refs say.
Yeah.
They gave it to her.
Difficult. They good.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are watching us and listening to us on stream, be sure to go to the chat and just let us know who you guys are supporting, where you guys are watching from. We'd love to know more about the community that's joining us in the live stream here at the Arnold Sports Festival. We'd love to interact with you guys.
Also, Vitaly's his current meet PR was 272.5.
Oh,
so he beat that and grabbed the American record
yeah.
in the process. So good job.
Got Lee Wells up next, 277.5 kilos, 611 pounds.
I think Lee's got the best quote here. His goal is to leave healthy and injury-free. I think that's the goal of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least it should be, if it isn't.
Especially when you're talking about master lifters, a lot of these guys, ladies and gentlemen, women, have been doing this for decades, right? So it really is about longevity, staying healthy, and being able to return back to the platform. I mean, this is something that a lot of these people have been doing for so long. So
coming from a master's lifter, yeah. I haven't been doing it for so long, but 15 years still feels like a long time.
Me, on the other hand, still a junior.
Good, lucky for you.
Yeah.
But for how much longer?
We'll see. Time will tell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, platform 2, Alejandro Wickman. We saw he hit 733 pounds on his opening attempt. And
yeah,
I think you called it, right? You called it we might see an 800-pound
yeah,
squat today.
I think we're going to see like 820.
Yeah, so now we're moving along into a 35-kilo jump, 357.5 kilos, 788 pounds, which is now a record here.
Let's see what.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, it's not an American record, it is a world record attempt.
Oh, his opener was a world record.
Yeah, yeah.
So his squat, his best meet PR is 378.
Oh my goodness. Alejandro put some weight on the bar.
Dare I say 380? I'm gonna throw it out there.
I wouldn't even. I mean, after taking a 35-kilo jump and basically making it look exactly like the opener,
literally look like the opener.
380 might be in the cards.
Insane.
How many reds is that? Is that 7 reds?
Yeah.
That's
insane. Man. As a master's lifter. Damn. We've got Jen Thompson coming up here. She jumped 15 kilos. Jen's always good for hyping up the platform crew. She's another one with the unique upright, again, probably based on, she's a left foot back. Nice.
And like classic
Good
Jen
lift.
Thompson,
Yeah, exactly.
execution is always prime, key. She hardly ever misses.
It's rare. We've got David Webb coming up here on platform 2. I heard him say knees out on the way up. It's just boom, he did it. Looks like we're starting over on platform 1 here on our last attempts, and we just did it on platform 2. So
these spotters and loaders are doing a really good job in keeping both platforms on the same pace.
yeah, that's pretty good timing. So, like I said, considering the weight imbalances, I mean, insane. I think Edgar just said, "Stay close to me this time." Come on, Deborah. Get up. Oh, my Lord. Look at Deborah go. So Deborah Stern, she's an M4.
Wow, that means she is
70
in her 70s.
In her 70s. Crazy. Holy man. Good for her. I'd be okay with, squatting that in my 70s.
Albert Matagrano up next, 190 kilos, platform 2.
Albert's one of our athlete reps. You're not an athlete rep, are you? No. Love to see that. We get a new crop of those every once in a while. Well, Linda got a world record going on here, just out of the blue.
And also one of our M4 lifters in her 70s.
Wow, good for
lift.
you.
That's incredible, breaking a world record here at the Arnold Sports Festival. I mean, I still think about the experience on the other side, right? Like, I personally have never competed at an Arnold. I've only been to nationals, but I feel like this is next level stuff with the backdrop, the video wall, and just seeing the amount of people coming into the doors and you being the first one they see.
Yep. When we were first inside here, we actually had it reversed. So the warm-up room was the first thing you saw, and we decided that's not good. We want to be what they see when they walk in. So year 2, we flipped it around and we haven't turned back. It's funny, the bleachers hold about 500 people, and it was full this morning, and there was people standing in the aisles just for bench in the morning on Friday. Today it's probably lined up. We can't see anything because we're way in the back, but there's probably lined up on either side, standing room only out there.
Good catch by our spotters on platform 1, and a good lift by Manuel Prieto, platform 2.
Got Donna coming up on platform 1 and Chris on platform 2. So Chris's goal today is to achieve a 600 kilo total.
Yeah.
He also wants to break the California squat and deadlift record and total. So I want to see him make that happen today.
Two to one, good lift, platform 1. What a recovery here at platform 2.
Wow. He was the one that actually failed on strength, right?
Yeah. So he, if you recall, on his second attempt, he got out of the hole with some speed, but that bar just stalled and he just slammed back down. And spotters were able to grab him, but I mean this one, I mean he was able to keep up with that momentum, not let that bar come to a halt, and just push through it. I mean, pure grit on that lift.
Well,
good job, Chris.
He's a third of the way to his 600 kilo total. So
Carlo Melendez also retaking his second attempt weight, 215 kilos.
Come on.
Plenty deep for Jamie. Can she get it up?
There we go.
Yeah, good lift
you
there.
You hear all the people screaming, up.
Yeah. Man, I just wish sometimes they put the commentator booth right in front of the platform so we can watch as well.
That would be cool.
See it a little bit firsthand.
I think they wouldn't be able to hear us, though.
Yeah, that's for a fact.
Right, we've got Ashley Carlson here.
Taking a 2.5 kilo jump from her second. Easy attempt there.
So Ashley's goal for this competition is to break the American record as an M1 48. So got a little bit longer to go to see that happen, but
and she weighed in fairly light at 45.6. Another retake, Peter Melendez, platform 2. However, he decided to go up 5 kilos to 220.
Come on.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you can tell he wants this one. He fought for all of that.
Let's see what the refs say on this one. There we go. We hear Gino say 3 white lights, and we see here on screen. And it's one of those plays that it's very risky with high risk, high reward, right? I mean, oh my gosh, look at this attempt here on platform 1, Deborah.
You see that shift of her body?
Yeah. I mean, able to get it up.
So what side of her body stronger than the other?
Yeah.
Holy.
Again, that weight was just kind of seesawing
literally came over her left leg.
Yeah. But let's just talk about Peter Melendez's attempt and approach here. So despite missing his second attempt squat, goes up 5 kilos and retakes it, or takes 5 kilos heavier than what his second attempt was and hits it, right? So that's one of those plays that is risky, knowing that if you miss it, you're stuck with your opener. But if you hit it, you're now 5 kilos higher than what you would have been if you just retook that weight.
And again, kind of like what you said a little earlier, where he may be just playing by his call sheet and saying, all right, instead of going 10, let's go 5.
Yeah, exactly. Benjamin Rowe, platform 2, retaking 225 kilos.
Come on, let's go, Ben.
Yeah, I think he's got that look deeper than his second.
Got Melissa up on platform 1 here.
3 whites there for Benjamin Rowe. Good lift.
Good lift, yeah. Come on, Melissa. No. She got credit for her second.
And that second for Melissa was actually a jury overturn. Originally was called for depth.
Oh, really?
You see that J here on LiftingCast, meaning the jury stepped in and overturned that lift into a good one.
I did not even see that. Oh, yeah, there it is.
New features they're adding on the LiftingCast allows you to just get a little bit more information from what you're seeing on these score sheets.
And we also have the jury has the ability from the jury table to overturn a call. Could always plead your case, right? What do you got to lose? Nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of what the jury is here for. They're
Yep.
overseeing the platform operations, making sure all the rules of USA Powerlifting are being followed, but also as an opportunity for lifters to contest their lifts.
Or others' lifts.
Yeah, great attempt there by Alexis. Yeah, gets 3 white lights. And let's see here for Jose, he gets 3 white lights as well. Really good execution on both platforms, 1 and 2. And yeah, going back to the jury conversation, our lifters can protest either other lifters' lifts, good or bad, as long as they get one of the opposing lights. And also be able to petition for their own lifts. So if they get a 2-to-1 no lift, they can petition to the jury and seek an overturn if they believe that they might have actually gotten that lift and the referees might have overlooked something that might have not or have happened.
Consistency is key, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So is this another American record I'm seeing?
Yeah, we got some sort of record attempt here.
I think it is American
record. Vitaly.
Actually, yes, because it's 273.
Vitaly broke his own record on the second attempt, breaking his own record again here. Third attempt, 275.5.
Come on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think 276 might have broke him, but 275.5, perfect attempt there. 3 white lights.
All right, we're getting some reds on the bar on platform 2. We got 2 more lifters on 2, and we got, look, 5 on 1. Wow, somehow platform, well, they got less lifters, right? So 2 less lifters, maybe 3.
Heavier weight, but
wow. Dive bomb that. Good lift for her. Good job. What did Alejandro put in?
370 kilos for Alejandro. Lee Wells, 285. Very excited.
See what the referees say there.
2-to-1?
2-to-1. Good for him.
Depth call from the front.
That's all you need. All right, we got all the reds.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, eyes on platform 2. Well, here we got Melissa, platform 1, 155 kilos. Solid attempt there. Just look at how much effort it takes these lifters, these spotters, to get that platform set for Alejandro.
And that bar bend is pretty impressive.
Alejandro Wickman, platform 2, 370 kilos. Jen, you called it. We are going over 800 pounds. 815. Alejandro Wickman, a world record attempt.
Although I did say he jumped to 380, so if this moves like air again, I'm going to say he probably had it. But still, an 800-pound squat in the Masters Raw Challenge. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
380.
So that was a good call.
Yeah, he had 380 though, I think.
That was a good call.
Yeah, 3 white lights. And I think that's a smart move though. I think just because, I mean, look at his deadlift, right?
Yep.
His deadlift 307.5, his bench 217.5. He's a very well-rounded power lifter.
Yep.
So he is conserving energy, not trying to empty out the tank too early in the squat event because he still has 3 benches and 3 deadlifts to go. So, I mean, his day is only just getting started.
Going to have a, 950 total
Yeah.
or more? Got an American record on platform 1 now with Jennifer Come on, Jennifer.
Great push off the quads, locks it out.
Oh, yeah, that smile says it all right there.
Yeah, 3 whites. Another back-to-back-to-back record here. Jennifer last attempt for our Flight A squats, 3rd attempt, 360 pounds.
Now we're getting into Flight B over here on platform 2. Got Matt Micagrosso. No sweat from Matt over here. And Jen with a world record attempts. Jen's very deliberate about her attempt selection.
Just a little bit too much.
All right, well, she'll get credit for that 157.5.
Again, Jen Thompson is still currently forecasted in 1st place with a forecasted 503 dots points. Just after squats, though. I mean, expect that to go up after she benches. Especially after she benches.
She benched earlier, yeah.
And deadlifts. And then for the men's side, we have Alejandro Wickman and Matt Muchigrosso, who is now lifting on Flight B for your 1st and 2nd. So one thing that's important to note with our Flight A lifters in Jen Thompson and Alejandro Wickman, they're currently forecasted in that 1st place spot. We are now starting our 2nd flights. So some of these lifters might sneak into those podium positions, might be able to kind of sneak into those placings because now they have 3 full attempts to be able to elevate themselves from where they're currently seated in the forecasted.
That's the beautiful thing about this. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, yeah.
Janice Francis, another New York lifter. I think Michael Listinky competed this morning. I could be wrong.
I don't remember seeing his name.
Maybe.
Nonetheless, we see 3 white lights for Michael, platform 2. And we got Brianna on platform 1, 132.5 kilos, 282 pounds, 92 pounds, excuse me. Keith Lee on platform 2, 190 kilos, 418 pounds. A miss here on platform 1 for the opener in Brianna Green. So let's hope that was either a technical issue, a balance, something like that, something that we can make an adjustment for moving into the 2nd attempt.
Whoa. Another world record attempt over here on platform 1.
A lot of back-to-backs here.
Boss barbell. Is that Dan Green's place? California?
Not sure.
I think it is. Could be wrong. Good lift. New world record for her. Good job.
Yeah, good job, Sally Goldman. Allison Sneed up next. 152.5 kilos. Damian Hollis, platform 2, 205 kilos, 451 pounds. Going beltless, old school here on platform 2. Damian making easy work from that opening attempt.
So Allison Sneed, this is her 4th Arnold.
Oh, wow.
And her first one as an M2 lifter. So good job. Amazing. Come here 4 times.
Remembering the days when the Arnold was at C-Pod, what they would call it back
Yeah,
in the,
every time I walk by there, I get a little sentimental, but
yeah,
I think we're way better off in here.
Yeah, I think the space allocation is definitely a lot better here, but
yeah,
something about the low roof setting over there.
Oh, dude, the crowd would be overflowed into the hallway, and you couldn't walk through it. It was so dense.
Yeah,
it was crazy, and you could hear us as you came down the escalator down at the end, down by Expo Hall A. All you could hear was Gino and the music. And you're like, where the hell are they? Oh, they're way down there.
Yeah.
So epic.
Joseph, 220 kilos on platform 2, 485 pounds. Meanwhile, we have Angela, 155 on platform 1.
Both very deliberate with their walkouts. Joseph, another New York lifter. I hate shouting him out, but you know, as the X-Day chair, you kind of run into people. I ran into him at the actual airport when we were both waiting for our Ubers. And he's like, first Arnold, I'm totally stoked. I'm like, great.
Yeah.
Do good.
I was doing some research on some of the lifters from my state in Illinois, and as a recently appointed state chair of Illinois, we got 4 lifters from our state competing here, so I'm very excited for that, to see them.
John Wildrick, another guy, coached by one of our state chairs, actually.
Very, very popular state represented here. I think one point you sort of touched upon with talking about the approach, the cadence of these lifters as they set up on the bar.
Yep.
I mean, it really comes down to how a lifter prefers to approach the bar. We see some lifters get very aggressive, very hyped, and almost pour that energy onto the bar, whereas some lifters tend to be very calm, composed, and want to keep their emotions very low, right? So it really depends on how a lifter prefers to go about lifting. I mean, there is no right way or wrong way.
Nope.
And so we see a lot of that variability here at a stage when lifters are really kind of defining what type of lifter they are for themselves.
I was always a walk out to the bar, get under it, go to work.
Yeah.
And I would just, as I'm walking off, coach would be, what do I want to do? I tell him what A or B, and I go back and sit down, put my headphones on, and just go back chilling out. I want to reserve my energy for this.
Yeah.
If you go out and you blow it out and you use all your energy, it's more kilos you can keep on the bar.
Absolutely.
So, but again, like you said, it's to each their own, right?
Absolutely. I remember being, during my teen years, I remember being a lifter that I would just very aggressively get up to the bar, scream, yell, stomp your feet. But that's energy leakage, right?
Yep.
You're wasting energy, getting that heart rate up unnecessarily, and then I've slowly transitioned over into becoming a lifter a little bit more composed, right? Letting that energy pour out after I hit my lifts, after I succeed and hit that PR. So an evolution that I've seen within myself, and you see a lot of lifters as they progress through their journeys, becoming that type of lifter.
Yep. Absolutely, absolutely.
Great attempt there, Christopher Hunt, 247.5
All right,
kilos.
Chris, nice job. We got Suzette Bradley coming up here, 165 kilos on platform 1. Oop. Not centered.
Looks like that bar might have got caught on the rack or something.
I think she wasn't centered under the bar because her left side was definitely dipped a little bit more.
Yeah, so see how on the left side she actually lifted the upright because that bar.
Oh,
the
plate caught it.
The plate got cut in that pin.
I'm having flashbacks to the old Rogue rigs.
And this is a good example as to why we pick an opener that we know we can hit, right? She had to unrack that twice, right?
Yeah,
she unracked that twice, set it down, unracked it again, set it down, and then finally unracked it for that third time, walked it out, and got that attempt, right? So had that been a weight that was too heavy for her to take for an opener, that might have not been a favorable result, right? She might have wasted too much energy and missed that attempt. So this is why a lot of coaching staff and a lot of lifters in general and powerlifters, we want to take an opener like we're seeing here on platform 1 is something that you know you can hit on any given day.
Matt comes running out there like he's finishing a marathon. I guess the clock was ticking down. I don't know.
He's very eager, very, very eager. There you go, hits depth.
He is another one where you look at the way he squats, right? So the weight is more balanced on his left side of his body more than his right. So a hip imbalance or whatever, and he makes it look effortless. I mean, not effortless, but somewhat effortless. I think we're having some pin issues over here. I wonder if that was what was going on too, where they would actually get a pin caught on the inside of the plate, so it kept lifting up that upright.
Yeah. Waiting to see what Matt puts in for his third attempt.
Got David Whelan here on platform 2, second attempt of 197.5. And April Gray, I think we're still on openers over here on platform 1.
Yeah.
Or, excuse me, Alicia Webb, it didn't advance. Look at Alicia Webb, she's a team roar lifter.
A veteran in the game. I mean, I can't recall the amount of times I've seen that name pop up on LiftingCast.
Yeah, oh yeah. She's been around. And I believe she's multiple levels of pro.
Yeah.
So just unracked 402 like it's nothing.
Yeah, has a history dating back to 2012.
That's in powerlifting in general.
That's a long career.
A long time. You know, I say anybody that's been in this for over 10 years, I wouldn't say you're not a veteran, but you know, most people are in this for less than 5 years.
Yeah, and I think just kind of going back to what we were talking about with youth nationals and master nationals, and seeing the diversity of lifters that we have competing at this stage, and just the accessibility of powerlifting. If I'm looking correctly at Alicia Webb's profile here on Open Powerlifting, she started competing at age 41, right? And oftentimes people might think, oh, that's too late to start competing. That's past my prime. You're absolutely wrong, right? You can't be any more wrong than that, because I mean there is no start time. There is no perfect start time to begin powerlifting. It's all a matter of just starting, getting your foot in the door, getting on stage, and progressing from there.
I started at 41, 14 years ago.
Wow. Yeah, so for those of you waiting to or hesitating on stepping on the platform, getting involved, or just doing something here in powerlifting, and it can extend to anything, right? Just do it. That's what it really comes down to. Just do it.
We get lots of questions when you're in roles like state chairs, or if you work for the national office. You get a lot of questions from people, coaches or whatnot. So when's the best time to start competing? You know, is X squat a competitive squat?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's you against the weight up there. Yes, it's nice to have the battles between weight classes, but as a rookie powerlifter, it's about coming out and going 9 for 9 or the best you can do and coming out feeling like you've made an accomplishment. You've actually hit higher PRs than you would in the gym, and you're injury-free.
Yeah.
You know? And now you've actually set benchmarks for yourself to kind of move forward and progress as an athlete in the sport. So there is no benchmark of, oh, you have to hit this number to go out and compete. That is not a thing. You go when you're ready, and the first thing that I always tell a rookie lifter that has never competed in their life, go to a meet. Watch it. And see the community that surrounds the athletes at the meet. Everybody is cheering for everybody. 99% of the people don't know who's competing up here.
Yeah. And
they're all cheering for them because they want to see them succeed and have a good day. That's all there is to it. Period.
Just want to give a quick shout out here to Latalia Snell, Platform 1. We got some supporters here, somebody watching from Seattle, Washington.
All right.
Very easy opening attempt.
I would say it's an early day for them, but not really. So it's almost 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Bit of a time zone difference. Even for me, I'm coming from Illinois and Chicago.
You're Central, right?
Yeah, Central time. Man, we got the daylight saving on
we
Sunday.
lose an hour. That's right, tomorrow night.
That'll be a little bit rough for some of our Sunday lifters.
Yeah. Oh, yes, by the way, you got to get up an hour earlier.
Yeah, nonetheless, Platform 1, we are getting started with our second attempts. Janice Francis with a world record attempt, 105 kilos.
It's a nice way to start off your second attempt.
Yeah, so again, one of our M4 lifters lifting in her 70s.
You got Joseph on Platform 2. Took a 15-kilo jump. Come on, come on, come on.
Nice.
He's willing himself to go up. He just kept saying up, 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 up. My Lord. All right, let's see what the referees say about Janice's squat.
Look good. Dunked it pretty good at the bottom of the hole. Gets 3 white lights.
Good job, good job.
Brianna Green got hit with a technical call on her opening attempt. Got 3 reds. Looking to retake that second attempt weight
Smart
again.
move.
Just try to get it on the board.
Got John Wildrick on Platform 2 here. Jumped to 240.
Good attempt selection there.
This looked like it wasn't a big deal.
And usually the mindset is the opener, something that you can comfortably hit any given day.
Yep.
Second attempt is not quite your max. It's something that's inching towards it. And really what the second attempt does is it's helping you gauge how much you have left in the tank, right?
Yep.
Because you don't want to empty out the tank just yet on the second, because then you got 1 more attempt left to go. So really good attempt selection we're seeing. I mean, all white lights for the most part here on both platforms.
Wow. Okay, she made up for it that time.
Yeah, I really think it might have just, I think I remember what had happened. She might have lost balance on that opening attempt.
Came down too fast?
Yeah, again, sometimes that just might be the case.
Yep.
It moves a little too fast, you lose balance, but Brianna Green gets on the board, 132.5 kilos.
John Mack here on Platform 2. 17.5 kilo jump for him.
Plenty deep.
Two to 1. Was that a red or blue?
Yeah, got a blue card on the front, so could have possibly been for soft knees or up and down motion of the bar. Could probably been just soft knees. World record attempt, Platform 1, Sally Goldman, 150 kilos. What an easy attempt there.
You like seeing second attempts move like that. And it's a world record attempt, so now where does she go from there?
Yeah. I mean, you're just breaking your own record.
Right, at that point.
Time after time, so it's you can go anywhere.
You want to let it all hang out, or you just want to be safe and keep some reserves in the tank?
Christopher Hunt, 262.5 kilos.
Wow.
Very fast descent towards the bottom of the hole. Lift is good.
think he thought that rack height was wrong. Doesn't matter at that point, unless they're already over.
Yeah. Now we are down to our last second attempt, platform 2. Jesse Scott Hinkle, 265 kilos loaded. Allison Sneed, 160 kilos on platform 1.
Wow. These women, their second attempts they're moving pretty good.
Yeah. I think the execution thus far, especially for this second flight, has been nothing but, perfect. We had one mishap on opening attempt, but that gets overwritten right after you hit that, get it on the board. So that sets you up for the best third attempt session, right? Because now everyone's got something on the board, everyone's hitting their attempts, and so it really is everyone's game plan, A game versus everyone's A game.
Mm-hmm. Keep building that total.
And I think most powerlifters would agree that is the most fun way to compete, is when you're hitting lifts, your opponents are hitting lifts, everyone's having a good time, and I guess from a competitive standpoint, I want to beat somebody at their best. Not consider it like a cheap win or anything like that when somebody misses lifts, but I want to truly outperform whoever it is I'm competing against.
Correct.
So that always feels the best, especially in a competitive environment like this.
And like I said earlier, every male is competing against every male here. Same for the females. There is no weight classes or age divisions in the Dots jungle. Okay, Matt.
Very valuable kilos there picked up by Matt, because
he got off and he looked gassed.
Yeah, and with that lift, 2-to-1. So let's just look at our top 3 on the men's side, since our top 3 forecasted placings already finished. We got Alejandro, Matt, and Lee Wells, respectively.
Matt, who just went?
Yeah, Matt, who just went. So Alejandro is at 491 on the forecasted, and Matt is at 490.
Wow.
So just talk about how close they are,
and
the disparity in both the age and the weight lifted, right? Just kind of goes to show how much of a factor the age coefficient goes into play, right?
I think Matt, what's Matt? Is he?
I believe he is M3. He's 66.
Okay, 60. Yep. We've got David Whelan here on his third and final attempt in squat at 205. That should be a good lift. Referees say
3 whites.
Yes. We got Tamer coming up on platform 1. We're still working on seconds. We're about halfway through seconds on platform 1. So we will be taking a 10-minute break on our platforms here. Which we may get kind of screwed out of, because, you know, we're going to have one end and one's still going, and that'll end, and then they're going to start again. So we may not have a break, but that's all right.
Good second attempt there by Tamara.
It's all business down there.
Michael Listingi, 210 kilos, picks up additional 5. See what the refs say.
2-to-1. Is that a red or is it a blue?
Yeah,
blue?
A red card, yeah.
Red card.
Yep.
Got Michelle coming up here on 1, and Keith Lee finishing up squats for him on platform 2. So we tried something different with the video wall this time. You can see the bridge has the scrolling ticker with our sponsors and all that, and the ends are kind of flared. And we have Gino's toy box out there that he can get up and do his whole shtick. We were going to have another 10 by 20 foot wall that would aim down that walkway, but we decided that we didn't really need it. So
I think the noise itself, the main video wall is already enough of an attention grabber to just shift.
I mean, look at the corner. The corner's like illuminated.
Yeah.
And we don't have arm wrestling going on right now yelling at us, so. That dude's not going to have a voice by Sunday. There's no way.
Good attempt there by Greg, 225 kilos. I don't want to jinx things here on platform 2.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I won't even say it.
I know what you're thinking. Just don't say it.
I won't say it.
At least
just go to LiftingCast.com and you'll see what I'm talking about.
You'll know exactly what he's saying or thinking.
10-kilo jump here, platform 1, April Gray.
Good lift for April. All right, we've got Alicia back up here and Damien.
Dang it.
Getting stuck in a hole. Dang it. You thought it out loud. Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Moving on. You always you want to see, right?
Right.
The cool thing is to see a complete flight of lifters. All 3 attempts they made, it's all green.
Yeah.
The worst you want to see is when everybody misses their 3rd attempts or it looks like a Christmas tree blew up all over the place, you know? So.
Again, we're tuning back in for our veteran in the stage here, platform 1, Alicia Webb, 192 kilos.
Wow. Pushed through that sticky point strongly.
Bit of a redemption meet after Raw Nationals.
Yeah. What did she, you have open up? I want to see what she got it. Raw for squat. That was a 192.5.
Yeah, and at Raw Nats,
she go 200?
She went 195, so.
2.5 kilos? Okay.
Yeah.
So interesting to see what her 3rd attempt would
hopefully.
be. I don't know if there's 7.5 kilos there. Tie it or maybe.
She went up 5 kilos. I think she'll shoot for a 2.5 increase from what she had at Nats.
197. Okay. Probably a very smart move. John Wildrick with just the consistency here. Finishing up squats with 250.
Yeah, fast second attempt by Jacqueline.
Nice. Good lift for Jacqueline. Let's go, John. Come on.
Oh, just a little bit too much there.
It's all right. You get credit for that 240. Got Carrie out here with 202.5. Almost to that 450-pound mark for her with ease.
And you can almost see as soon as she comes out of the hole, she has to do a really strong job in just preventing that bar from pitching her forward, right? Yeah. Just the position she comes out of, it requires a lot of strength to just kind of stay upright, almost like a good morning that weight.
Literally. All right, we've got LaToya Snell coming up here, platform 1. She's got 2.5 as well. And John Mack finishing up at 260. We got 3 lifters left here. See. Oh.
I'm going to clip that.
Don't even mention it next time.
I'm going to clip it.
Man. Let's go, LaToya. I don't know if she's looking down or maybe, I don't know.
I think it's just like that forward, like slightly angled down gaze,
Yeah.
right? I mean, sometimes it really helps the positioning, right? It kind of like looking down sometimes kind of brings those shoulders forward. Or
that could work it. That could work it.
On the contrary, right? Like sometimes you want to keep a
gaze forward.
Face forward,
yeah.
right? Keeps you from pitching forward.
Correct.
So, different techniques, different strengths.
And if that's the way she trains, then so be it.
Yeah. And a very tough unrack here for Christopher Hunt. Had to take a second to settle with that weight. 275, 606 pounds.
What's his body weight?
Weighed in at 89.2.
So he's a 90, okay. As an M, is he an M2 or is he an M1?
He is M1, 43.
Okay. I think this is Janice's, I don't know if this is a world record or American record, I can't remember.
Well, that's 3 white lights. Or 2-1.
Nope.
And now for our last lift of the Platform 2 squat session, Jesse Scott Hinkle, 277.5 kilos, 611 pounds.
Take us out here with some green, Jesse. Let's go.
There we go.
Yes. We can finish with a good lift.
Yeah, broke that little curse I kind of spelled on this Platform 2.
It happens.
I apologize, guys.
It happens.
And ladies and gentlemen, that'll conclude our squat session for Platform 2. But don't go anywhere. We still have all of the ladies here on Platform 1 who we just started our third attempt at squat attempts. As we look over to the forecasted Masters Raw standings, we have Alejandro Wickman currently leading in first place with 491.5 dots,
wow.
followed by Matt Muchigrosso. And again, this is just off of squats with a 490.1 dots. And then we have all the way up to fifth, we have Lee Wells with 470, Michael Lestingi at 464, and Vitaly Sender at 442. And just kind of based off of what we're seeing in the dots placings, it really is a battle for first and a battle for third. Matt and Alejandro lead by a considerable margin the first and second placing, so they're going to be spread by only 1.5 dots points. And then we have Lee, Michael, and Vitaly all battling it out for that third bronze medal position, whom Lee currently sits in the lead, but I mean it's only by 6 dots points for Michael. Sally Goldman up next, 160 kilos, third attempt squat.
Just a nice consistent squat. No stopping, no nothing. Whoa. So you see the curvature of the wall, yeah.
I'm really liking that addition of the
ticker.
Of the ticker of the.
Well, it saves us from actually putting all the sponsors down below. They could just run all day long.
Yeah,
you know?
I think it really prevents having the either a distraction of the video wall suddenly changing with a new logo or something like that. And it allows for the spotters, referees, everybody to be able to still see the weight, the times. It just keeps the overall flow of the competition a little bit more steady.
We've got our presenting sponsor right plastered in the middle. Thank you to A7. Solid third attempts. Solid third attempts.
Allison Sneed up next, 167.5 kilos.
We're almost halfway through our last squats of the day, remarkably. While the Arnold always gives me a little bit of stress and anxiety just because we're running 7 meets in 3 days, I just think it's cool that we see just a different variety of people. I mean, we're going to have adaptive athletes take the platform tomorrow with our Raw Challenge competitors. We're also going to have Parabench, which we've never had before at a national level meet. So that's going to be a nice little, just a 30-second, diversion into that side of what we're offering now at USA Powerlifting, and I think that's awesome. So tomorrow is going to be like the busier day, just because the expo is busier. It's Saturday. Most people are working today. But if you're in the greater Columbus area and you want to actually stop on down, then I would say tomorrow is going to be huge. Be prepared for stop and go traffic inside the expo hall and the walkway out in the main area.
Everywhere. I mean, it's jam-packed in here.
I came downstairs at 7 a.m. and it wasn't wall-to-wall people, but it was 7 a.m. It was busy.
American record attempt here, platform 1. Well, the only platform still going. Suzette Bradley, 172.5 kilos. That is an easy attempt.
She's got a squat face, man. Look at that.
Couldn't recall what the miss was on the second
2 to 1.
attempt, but I mean, not an issue. Good attempt there. 177.5 now for Michelle Pena.
All right, we've got Michelle Pena coming up here. She jumped 5 kilos for her third attempt. 391 pounds here. Getting loaded onto her back. The arm wrestling guy's back. I love it. Let's go. Finish this thing strong, Michelle. Come on, come on.
Oh, wow.
Come on.
Just a little bit too much there.
He was going to grab her early, and I'm glad he didn't.
Yeah, I commend him for letting her fight for that lift. Again, just misses out on 5 kilos. Not a big dip on the total, but still, I mean, truly finding out what you have on the day, and you can't be ashamed of an attempt like that.
Nope, not at all.
April Gray up next, kicking us over 400 pounds, 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds. Huge squat here. And a very, very well executed third attempt for April
Smile
Gray.
says it right there.
3 white lights, and I see we have few supporters of April Gray here in the chat from Connecticut.
What are they saying?
Let's go, April.
Come on now, you can do better than that. Okay, Tamara here finishing up third squats on platform 1. So we got, 5 more left? Then they're going to go take a 10-minute break. And then we're going to start with some benching here. Come on, come on. Oh, man, she almost looked like she was going to shake it off for just a minute. don't know if we're timing out here. Nope. I didn't think so.
Alicia Webb, 197.5 kilos. 2.5 kilos more than what she did at Raw Nationals in Atlanta, Georgia this past June. Again, a veteran in the game, competing since 2012.
Oh, yeah, she wanted that.
Yeah, good attempt there.
She wanted all of that.
And again, didn't quite empty the entire tank, so still having some energy reserves as we move into bench and deadlifts. Again, these lifters have a full power meet ahead of them.
Three more squats here. And we're going to roll right into bench on platform 2, probably.
And we are just under 2 minutes away from the start of the bench press portion for platform 2 in our men's Raw Master Challenge.
Oh, yeah. This should be a good lift for Jacqueline.
We got 2 more lifters on platform 1. Latanya Snell, 212.5 kilos, taking a 10-kilo jump. Again, able to cover some significant ground, starting off from the opening attempt of 190 kilos, going to 202, and now trying to finalize her attempts with 212.5.
Let's go, Latoya.
Oh, wow, what an easy attempt.
Jeez. Okay, hey, leave some gas in that car for the rest of the meet.
Yeah, again, by the looks of her attempts here, she's got a pretty good deadlift as well. Pretty well-rounded power lifter. So again, really wise to save some energy reserves because again, you got a big day ahead of you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right here in the comments. Nice third lift for Lataya.
We've got a world record attempt coming up here for Carrie.
And we see the very similar attempt selection with Latoya and Carrie Varco, 190, 202.5. But this time, Carrie is going up 12.5 kilos, taking a consistent 12.5 and a 12.5 kilo jump from first to second and then second to third, trying to cover more ground and snag herself a world record in the process. Our platform crew getting that bar ready.
And here we are back to bench. Or, well, we haven't bench yet, but
yeah, we got some split screen action now as our men are commencing their opening attempts, flight A. Again, ladies and gentlemen, world record attempt, platform 1, Carrie Varco, 215 kilos, 475 pounds.
David Webb with a good opener by the looks. Yep.
Plenty deep on that squat.
Oh my
and
Lord, yes.
A lot of room left in the tank there for Miss Varco. Referees say 3 white lights.
Nice. Good job.
Yeah, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, that'll conclude the women's squat portion for this afternoon session in the USA Powerlifting Masters Raw Challenge. So we will split screen here and focus up on the men while we take a 10-minute intermission for the women as they warm up for bench press. As we look over to the bottom right corner of our screen, we see the women's Raw Master standings. We see Jen Thompson, who currently leads with a forecasted 503 dots points, followed by Deborah Mazzullo, 475, and just 10 points under her is Alicia Webb with 464 points, and then followed by Jacqueline Dublé, 456, and Sally Goldman, 454. So Jacqueline and Sally only separated by 2 dots points, and Alicia, Deborah separated by 10, and Jen Thompson following with almost a 30-point lead ahead of Deborah for first. Chris Baula up next, 117.5 kilos, opening attempt bench press.
Be a good lift for Chris, and it is. Albert said, "No handoff, man. I'm good."
Yeah, and this is one of the, especially for bench press, this is where lifters have I guess a bigger discrepancy or variability when it comes to the lifting technique, just because of the different points of contact, right? We have our upper back on the bench, right, head, neck, that sort of thing, our hand placement, our butt in contact with the bench, and our feet. So a lot of different variables that can be manipulated here for the bench press. Albert Matagrano, 120 kilos, good attempt. Carlo E. Melendez is up next here, taking 125 kilos for 275 pounds, excuse me. And good attempt there.
We got Jose coming up here, opening at 132 and a half. I think we got, what, 5 minutes or so? No, longer than that.
Yeah, and again, the pacing between the two platforms might get a little distorted as the session goes on just because of delays and the overall flight length. So as we see here on LiftingCast, we see that our Platform 2 lifters, those flights are significantly smaller compared to the Platform 1 lifters. So that is what leads to the difference in intermission times. Not a huge deal for you guys in watching online, but I mean, for us, we feel it.
So ironically, we had a couple women lift that were scheduled to be competing in Platform 2 to balance the flights out. 2 didn't show, and we decided to just make sure that all the females lifted on 1 and males lifted on 2, that we moved those other 2. 4 females is different than 2, so we moved the other ones back to Platform 1. So there's our imbalance right there. Simply just because of the way that we structured the meet.
And overall, it creates a better experience for the lifters now that every women lifter is competing on Platform 1 and now all the men are on Platform 2. So it just allows for a greater sense of competitiveness knowing that every single person you're up against is on your platform.
Yep.
Good attempt there. 3 white lights for Vitali. Sender, platform 2, Manuel Pietro. 137.5 kilos for his opening attempt bench press. Already taking us up into the 300-pound range for the opener.
Manny said, get out of here, I got this.
And again, this is over a 2 times bodyweight bench, weighing in at 66.9.
Opening.
Yeah. Well over 2 times bodyweight. Let's see what the exact math this is. Yeah, just over two times bodyweight.
Wow. Okay, then. I think we're about 6 minutes out on platform 1 to start benching.
Benjamin Rowe, we see some supporters here on our chat. Let's get it, Benjamin Rowe, 145 kilos, opening attempt bench press. As a reminder, he's one of our referees, gives back to the sport quite a lot, competes pretty often, and also gives back his time to the federation. So we love.
He'll be probably refereeing his meet.
Yeah, later on we might see him in the session schedule. But Ben Rowe, opening attempt 3 white lights, not a problem. Next, we got Peter Melendez, 162.5 kilos, 358 pounds for his opening bench press attempt. Now that we can see a bit of a wider view during the intermission, we see our side referees.
Yep.
And we actually get a chance to see what they're doing with their hands, right? So the referees on the side are actually there to ensure that the lifter is in a proper lifting position to actually start the lift. So, and what they're looking for is for their feet, the lifter's feet, to be completely flat on the platform, their butt to be in contact with the bench, and for their elbows to be fully locked out if they're able to see. So once those referees put their hand down, that gives an indication to that chief referee that that lifter is in a proper starting position to begin and receive the start command. So just this wider view gives us a bigger picture and just allows us to better see kind of everything that goes into running a platform, from our coaching staff there on the left-hand side, our referees, and even the media team that we see kind of just circling
everywhere.
The platform.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big operation.
There may be situations where the side referees don't roll over their hand. So then the chief referee will ask the bar to be replaced. And at that point, she can address the side chair and see what the deal is to let the athlete know. A lot of times their feet aren't flat or, whatnot. Typically on bench, that's pretty much what it is. So
yeah, an interesting thing that we just saw happen here with Heather Foss and Rhonda Boer with our referees is Rhonda's a national referee, and she had to switch out of the chair for Miss Heather Foss because Alejandro Wickman has hit a world record attempt. Notice so for all of his attempts to be deemed or to be considered a world record, especially for the total, they need to be officiated by Category 2 referees or higher. So international level referees to officiate international caliber lifts.
okay, that 217 flew.
Yeah, insane. Again,
Okay.
3 white lights. And again, we're back onto the second attempt bench press for Flight A on platform 2. Moving pretty swiftly on this side of the platform.
Wow. And they still got 2 minutes.
Yeah.
We may be halfway through bench over here on 2.
And again, sometimes, I mean, it really depends on the team working on the platform, but sometimes bench might even be a little bit faster sometimes than squat.
A lot of people think bench is slower. I think ultimately bench is faster than squats, simply because the weight is here, not here.
Yeah.
You know, and you're jacking waist, you're jacking the uprights a lot smaller dimensions. You're not going like some people, like their squat rack height is 24, and then you got to bring it down to 11.
It's mainly based off of arm length as opposed to actual height.
Yep.
Here, platform 2, we see good lift here. David Webb, 3 whites. Do you know which spotting and loading team this is from?
That's Minnesota.
Minnesota, the Department of Lifter Safety.
Yes, them.
Yeah.
Yep. I think we got Pitt on platform 1, I believe.
Yeah, and again, so for all of you new to kind of seeing the operations here of national level meets and above, kind of these special events, so to speak, we don't just get anybody to come in and work these events, right? So even from our referee crew, our commentators, right, the people that are booked to help out at these events, it's not just people we just kind of pick up off the streets, right?
Except for
me. we have professional teams that come in. Like for instance, we have a team from Minnesota. The Department of Lifter Safety is what they call them on Instagram, right? They put out content and help out there. And we have the Pitt Powerlifting crew, the spotting and loading team there. They come in and actually help out, really help the efficiency of these events compared to just getting a random team, right? Because these guys know how to work together. They have a system, and it just helps keep the lifters safe, help keep the meets efficient, and just overall betters the experience for everybody involved.
And not to mention, they dictate the flow of the meet.
Exactly.
You know, to have a good spotting and loading crew, just if they're on it, they crush. If they're not, then it won't.
And ladies and gentlemen, as we see here now, we are back in split screen mode. Platform 1 is resuming their bench press session, starting with Deborah Stern, 37.5 kilos for her opening attempt bench press.
Let's go, Deborah.
Yeah, Deborah in M4, 75 years young.
Wow. Good for her. I have heard more times than I care to mention how many Masters athletes have mentioned finding powerlifting later on in life did so many positive things for them.
Yeah.
Because maybe they weren't in the best health. Maybe they weren't in the best space in their mind, in their head, you know? And it gave them a purpose, a direction. It gave them actual structure. Because, I mean, you can program yourself and get templates and whatnot offline, but sometimes it's great to be held accountable by somebody.
Yeah.
So to take somebody who was never into, you know, maybe they were in sports early on in life, and then by the, you know, got married, had kids, yada yada, as life goes on, and now you want to dive into something because your buddies are doing it or whatever. Now they found this kind of thing that's really cool, that the community behind it is amazing, and everything that in their life now is just better because their health is better, their mind is better, just because of this sport.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
And it allows you to kind of go back to the fundamentals of why we all started it, right? Why we started powerlifting, when it came to seeking community, when it came to just finding something to objectively be able to visualize getting better at it, right?
Yep.
Because, I mean, if you are lifting a weight one week and you can add 5 pounds to it the following week, you got better, right? You got better at powerlifting. So it's really nice to see a lot of lifters find powerlifting later, like you said, later in their years, and be able to progress and find that purpose, right?
Yep.
So powerlifting is a sport for all, and we just love to see the representation, right? I mean, there is no, you can't compete in powerlifting.
No.
If you can perform a squat, a bench, a deadlift, there's a division for you.
Yep, absolutely.
Which brings me to the point that we're so excited to have the adaptive divisions and the Empower ID Nationals going on.
And
later.
then Parabench tomorrow.
Yep.
It's all about inclusivity. I think the empowered lifters are going to be overwhelmed tomorrow or Sunday, excuse me. Luckily, some of them have competed on They may have competed last year at Empowered Nationals. Some of them competed at regional events or whatnot. So they're already set up for that big stage, high, big volume, lots of loud sounds and lights and all that. So I think for the most part, just being here. And also, I don't know if you know this or not, but Arnold Schwarzenegger is a big proponent for individuals with intellectual disabilities. He is like 100% behind the Special Olympics. So to see him, if he shows up, I don't know if he's here, we shall, maybe he'll do a pop-in. I've been asked if we know if he's going to. We never know. He doesn't tell us. He just kind of randomly shows up, and we need to stop, which kind of sucks. But we do it because it's Arnold. So that would be really cool if he shows up tomorrow or today. It doesn't really matter, or Sunday. Just kind of say hey and shake some hands and kiss some babies and all that.
Yeah. I actually ran into him earlier today.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
cool. Nice. He did come here last year. He came the year before, and he always was in the C-Pod when we were in there. He always popped in.
Fan of strength sports. I mean, gosh, I always loved watching strongman, right? So seeing all those guys come in and just kind of appreciate the strength that goes into some feats like that.
All right, we've got Jamie Kingsley here, opening with 57.5 kilos, and Benjamin Rowe, his second attempt, 155.
Yeah, taking a 10-kilo jump for Ben on 2.
Nice quick press command. Beautiful.
Yeah, long way up, long way down for Jamie Kingsley.
No doubt. She's got long arms and long legs.
And for those of you new to powerlifting, if you guys see on the barbells, there are 2 smooth parts of the bar on both sides where lifters often place their fingers around. And the maximum allowable grip in the bench press is your index finger covering those rings. So anywhere within that range limit and in is an allowable grip.
Yep.
So sometimes we'll see lifters gripping very closely, very tightly towards the center of the bar, which would increase the range of motion, include a little bit more tricep, right, a little bit more upper body strength, versus a very wide grip that is a more technically demanding lift. So again, it all comes down to lifter preferences on what they are training with, what they are capable of, and ultimately what they best perform with.
Now, that right there is quintessential, super, very wide for a female.
Yeah.
She's got her pointer finger over the rings, and her range of motion is very little compared to somebody who has to be, maybe they got their middle finger or their pinky on the ring. Bench is definitely the more technical of the 3 lifts, simply because of everything that's involved, and you're holding that weight over your face. So to use every leverage at your advantage is always a benefit. Lee Wells taking 205 for a ride like it's nothing. And we got Alejandro Wickham coming up here with 230. I would love to know what his best bench is. Bench, right here, actually. 230. That's his meet PR. So I got a feeling he's probably going to break that.
Wow, what a smooth bench there.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, 12.5 kilos, move like nothing in opener. I mean, this is a historic performance we're seeing here by Alejandro Wickman.
Dare I say 240?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that's going to be a very fair, easy attempt for him. Something that reasonable.
I mean, do it 10 kilo over your best meet PR in one thing?
Yeah. Mind you, he's already lifting over 500 pounds.
Yes, yeah. Yep.
Aaron Michael, 72.5 kilos. Platform 1. David making sure he gets that really nice and high arch, putting his feet on the bench.
Which is legal in USA powerlifting.
Absolutely. Your head can come up too, you know? No restrictions on that.
No. No restrictions.
For the lifter. And a good attempt there on platform 1.
Nice.
Good attempt there on platform 2.
Which we're about 5 out on the openers for platform 1, so we're getting there.
Yeah, picking up the pace back.
Sounds very full flight, so. Now the interesting thing about the Pitt crew or the Minnesota crew here, most of these guys are alumni.
Yeah.
So, you know, they're not even in school. They have full-time jobs. They're just coming to Arnold and they just want to be involved.
I think that's one of the amazing ways in which the community of powerlifting kind of works.
Yep.
In that you don't have to fit within a specific demographic category or affiliation group to get involved, right? There's alumni, there's people who have full-time jobs, like you said, and can find any way to get involved in the sport,
Yep,
right? So
absolutely.
There's a lot of people who are high-level referees, executives, people who work in deep levels in powerlifting, but have, like, I guess for lack of better words, other lives outside of this, right?
Uh-huh.
So it makes it so it's a very, very easy sport to get into in all capacities.
Very, very much so. Did somebody timed out? Albert timed out.
Yeah.
He didn't show up.
Again, just took a 2.5 kilo bump. Didn't hit that third attempt, but I mean, again, this is not only 2.5 kilos. Really, it's not too much.
Yep.
So, although one thing I do like to say, especially when it comes down to kind of neck and neck battles, is 2.5 kilos more bench is 2.5 less you have to deadlift.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
So in positions where we're jockeying for those placements and seeing those third attempt deadlift changes, that can really play into your favor or disadvantage depending on how things went earlier in the day.
That could be a difference between 5th and 3rd.
Right? Yeah. I mean, we've seen some earlier this session in the morning. We saw some Hail Mary attempts in the bench bash.
Oh,
people
yes.
going for first place despite missing and then ending all the way down in 6th, 10th, or something like that. Again, in a meet where it's pretty much everybody versus everybody, you have 2 full flights of people all going against each other.
Yep.
One missed attempt can knock you down quite a few placings.
Very, very much so.
Edgar Drake, 135 kilos, third and final bench press attempt.
They are cruising over here on platform 2. He will definitely get credit for his second. Now, so what these guys are doing, the spotting and loading crews, they're actually, they have a competition within themselves.
Yeah.
So they'll want to know what their stats are, how fast they're actually turning over lifters, and they have a number that in their head where they want to be. It's under a minute. Typically, it's under 50 seconds, and then they know that they're clicking. But you get one misgroove, and then that whole thing's out the window. So anything can happen.
Like anything, that momentum carries you from one attempt change to the next.
Very much so. Very, very much so.
And a good attempt there by Carlo E. Melendez. What a recovery. And Jen Thompson kicking us off. Opening bench press attempt, 120 kilos.
Like butter. 3 white lights.
Again, just comparing a little bit from what she did. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen. So Jen Thompson competed just a few hours ago at the Open and Masters Bench Bash, and she opened up with the same thing, 120 kilos, went up to 130 and hit 132.5. So let's see if that attempt selection, the strategy changes as we move forward into this session. Because again, reminder, she did squat earlier before this, so there might be a factor of a little bit more energy expenditure at this time coming around.
Very much so. I think, and I'm going to go back to our second attempts on platform 2. Carlo, when he came out and took it a second, he failed on strength. Yeah. Again, he was another competitor that competed this morning, so bench may be catching up to him. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. So he got his third, though, so that's good. Did he go up? I don't think
no, he stayed the same.
Okay,
hit it on his third.
Because it definitely got stuck. It wouldn't move.
Waiting to see what Jen Thompson puts in for her second, and she goes 130. Okay, so kind of following the same strategy.
Maybe she'll go 135 for a third.
Maybe, yeah, maybe we'll see. Again, I think one of the nice things, especially for those lifters that did equipped and then went raw, you kind of prime yourself, getting your CNS, your central nervous system, and your body a little bit accustomed to that heavy weight. That way, once you either allow your body time to recover or take off the shirt, you're a little bit more acclimated to the weight.
Yeah, I don't think we have anybody here that did equip and raw. I think she just did raw, open, and master.
We got Melinda French, 45 kilos, a world record attempt in the women's raw master division.
Wow. Manny going 6 for 6 here. Let's go.
Yeah, competing in the M4. Wow. What a very fast attempt there from Melinda French. 45 kilos, and referees say that is a 3 white light lift. Mr. Benjamin Rowe up next on platform 2, 160 kilos, 352 pounds.
And now, oh, he always actually won it. That was Matt, my bad. Trying to remember who was getting handoffs, who wasn't. But he hasn't waved anybody off. It's like Lynn over there fixing up her blocks.
Good attempt there for Ben on 2.
Peter Melendez coming up here. Lynn's another one taking advantage of that really wide grip with the bench. That was a good attempt for her, number 2. Got 3 more lifters in flight A on platform 2. Now we're going to roll into flight B.
Peter Melendez, 172.5.
Uh-oh. Somebody put a plate on backwards. You must be new.
Yeah, sometimes the repetition can just kind of get to your head a little bit.
Yeah.
Been there, done that. Peter Melendez. Wow, what a grind there. Can he lock out those triceps? Come on, Peter.
But did the bar dip
I don't think so. Let's
Okay.
see what the refs say, but hands up in the air, and our refs say, what do they say? We're seeing a delay here. No lift. Let's
Yeah.
see what the lights
I think
were.
it was.
Okay, so he gets a white light from the front, 2 on the side, so it could have been either a, probably his butt or feet.
Yellow?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe his feet came up.
Yeah, blue would be up and down. Blue card. Yellow, interesting.
Well, and again, the feet and butt we can't see from here.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, tough angle to judge from, but Lee Wells, 207.5 kilos, taking us to 457. Third attempt to bench press, second to last.
Ashley
third
Carson's
attempt.
still hitting her opener out here as second attempt. Wow. Come on, Lee.
Yeah, just gives a shake.
Shook it
no.
off.
A little bit too much for him on the day, but still, again, walks away going 5 for 6, moving into deadlift. So a really good spot. Got a lot of momentum carrying him into the deadlift event. And now for our final third attempt at bench press for Flight A on platform 2, Alejandro Wickman, who put up a world record squat earlier, 370 kilos, hit 507 for a second attempt bench press and is looking to hit 518.
Wow.
I mean, just think about it. I mean, even the spotters are laughing at how insane of a weight this is to be spotting. I mean, you need 5 spotters for this weight.
Let's see what Alejandro does here. We should have went with that 240. But you know what? That's all right. I mean, right now, with just his total, if he just got his first deadlift, he's still at 900 keys. Got Melissa coming up, giving her handoff instructions. And we got Keith Lee coming up on platform 2. Opening on flight B. I was gonna say, this dude must have some long arms. Should be a good lift from Melissa. Yep. Nice easy opener for Keith. 3 white lights. All right, we've got Deborah coming up here on platform 1 and David Whelan opening up on platform 2. She either got a really pretty quick press command or
Yeah.
I don't know.
And again, those elbows are allowed to lock out at independent times. They don't have to lock out at the same time. And our refs, again, yeah, that's a good lift on platform 1. I mean, even she
Wow.
was surprised at that lift being a good lift. I mean, just the amount of time, like a 10-second grind almost, right? You want to call
Yeah.
it? Yeah, again, a very common phrase we sometimes go by is doesn't need to look pretty, just needs to go up, right?
Exactly. Most of the time they don't look pretty, especially when you get later on.
Again, yeah, when you're dealing with maximum loads and hitting weights that you've never hit before, oftentimes our technique breaks down. It's very common in powerlifting and strength sports and just lifting in general. When we are hitting heavy weights, our technique tends to break down, or we have some variability in our positioning. So as long as the lifting standards are met, that's all our referees are really concerned about.
Yep.
Strong second attempt by Adrienne 3 white lights there on platform 1.
We've got Michael Listingy.
Yeah, one of our contenders for the podium right now. He's currently sitting in forecasted 4th place, but he's probably looking to overtake Lee Wells after he gets 3 bench presses on the board.
Really? Because Lee misses 3rd?
Yeah, they're only separated by about 14 dots points, so we'll see how much ground he's able to cover.
So, it's not what I'd want to see as an opener, but
A tough ask for an opener.
Yeah.
Again, gets it on the board, so no real danger here, but again, you just wonder what he might go to moving forward. I mean, not really much room to grow by. I mean, I would suggest maybe just 2.5, just pick up those 2.5 kilos. I think anything more and you're just gambling a little bit at that point.
And then you decide, do I go another 2.5 on my 3rd, or do I scratch it and actually leave some gas in the tank for deads? Chris is done warming up, I see. That's good. Should be a good lift for Janet on platform 1. You see those platform guys are up there. They're adjusting those risers that are in front of the bench. They're called face savers, and that word exactly is what they're supposed to do. So they are going to bring them up. So essentially, if, God forbid, the bar comes loose in their hand, which I've seen, or it comes down at a rate that they aren't able to grab it, it hits those rather than your face. So hence the word face saver.
I think combo racks, especially over the years, have evolved to just keep lifter safety in mind. We've seen the implementation of the new Hansu racks that are now being rolled out, which are honestly, I'm a big fan of them.
Yeah?
So we see those are going to be used at Nationals, I believe.
Plates.
The weights?
Plates, just the plates.
Just the plates?
Yeah, Hansu is bringing plates to the because we're still using TSS
as a combo.
Yeah. But they're supplying the plates for the competition.
They use the Hansu ones at IDFPA Worlds.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one where I was.
They have like the grips on the inside. Yeah. I was seeing that at Deadlift, like, what is going on with the plates? Why are they look weird? But now that I've seen them kind of up close and in person, I understand now.
Yeah.
Alexis over here taking that wide grip again. That's kind of what we're talking about. See how that wide grip is out and her arms are out fully extended.
Very good execution here on both platforms. John Wildrick, 145 kilos.
Shout out Hudson Valley Powerlifting. I'm sure they're watching.
Yeah, one of the nice things is seeing the frequent appearances of coaches here in the back warm-up room at Nationals, at the Arnold, at Worlds, at just seeing the repeat in the staff, the lifters, the coaching staff. I mean, it's a really great community to just see frequent and supporting USA Powerlifting.
Awesome opener for John. That was very easy. Come on. Here comes Jen Thompson with her 130. That's going to round out our second attempts on Flight A on Platform 1. There's going to be a rather large disparity here between bench and dead going on. I feel like we're going to be deadlifting while they're finishing up Flight B.
Good attempt there on openers for Matt Mucci-Grosso,
who's also in the top 5 right now, which is insane. So
yeah. So again, Alejandro Wickman is leading. He is in Flight A, so he's going to have that lead, especially moving into deadlifts. But Matt's going to be able to cover some ground here. Got 2 remaining bench press attempts, and only separated by about 10 dots points. So again, Matt has not only the flight advantage, but the dots coefficient advantage with the H points.
They were separated by 1 at one point, right?
Yeah, they were. So again, really depends on the execution of these guys. And Alejandro Wickman, he's going 6 for 6, and Matt Mujigrosso is also executing very well. So.
All right, third attempts on platform 1 here, flight A. Jesse with the self handoff. Okay. Well, Deborah's going to get credit for her second attempt.
And again, not losing on too much there. Just 2.5 kilos. Walks away with 40 on the board. Melinda French, who has broken world records for her past 2 lifts, looking to take 8 additional world record here for the third. 50 kilos loaded on the bar.
Keep pushing out of reach from everybody else.
Yeah, a bit of a more aggressive attempt selection here. Taking 2.5 kilos of a jump from first to second, but now opting to go for 5 on the attempt here for her third. Yeah,
she
locks
will
it
definitely
out,
not get
yeah,
that.
she knows there was some up and down movement of the bar there.
It's all right. Still got a world record at
Yeah,
number 2.
still a good attempt, and still, I mean, definitely strong for it, right? It's just one of those execution things. Go back to the drawing board, come back next year.
Or Masters Nationals.
Or yeah.
But no world records at Raw or Masters.
Again, with the implementation of IDFPA Worlds, all of our lifters now have a platform to break those world records on. So even if it's not here at the Arnold, they have opportunity to hit it at Worlds, which is going to be hosted in November down in Houston. Good second there by David Whelan on platform 2.
Yeah, the way that hit her chest, I didn't think that was going to go anywhere. Just kept bouncing. Now referees, heat lights. There we go. We've got Donna coming up here taking her third attempt. We got Michael Estigui coming up here. His second attempt at 135. He jumped 5 kilos from his opener. Look, Donna, that looks like a good lift, and it is. Crowd like that.
Ashley taking her time in the setup, platform 1. Michael looking to inch his way back into the podium spots with this second attempt bench press. Spoke a little too soon there, but again, this is just second attempts. Has one more go at it. I believe he'll be retaking that.
Go up.
Yeah, I believe he'll be retaking that.
Is he still in third or fourth?
Currently forecasted in fourth.
Okay.
got about a 20 dots lead ahead of the next person in 5th place. So looks like he's scratching his bench press attempt for his third.
Okay.
Again, conserving a little bit of energy as we move into deadlifts pretty soon.
Wow.
Very fast attempt there by Christopher Hunt.
Very. All right, we got Joseph here taking 147 or 325 freedom units. Oh, yeah.
Solid press there by
Wow.
Joseph.
Okay. He only made a 5 kilo jump, so interesting to see if he goes 152.
Yeah, and again, very nice to see these guys leaving themselves room to go up after their second attempt. Too
Yep.
often we see, and statistically proven, third attempt bench presses is the most missed lift out of any powerlifting, right, for anybody.
Yep.
So it's nice to see our lifters actually leaving themselves room to actually work with for third attempts. And over on platform 2, American record attempt for Matt Mucci Grosso.
With
give me a
these.
break, Matt. That was easy.
All right.
And again, we're closing that gap between Alejandro and Matt. It's going to be a battle I'm really looking forward to, especially going into deadlifts. John Mack, 5 kilo jump on platform 2. Deborah looking to pick up an additional 2.5 for her third and final bench press attempt.
Come on. Well, she will definitely get credit for the 72.5, so.
Again, currently boasts a 20-point lead over the next person in third place, Alicia Webb.
Okay. We've got Adrian Bonaparte here, finishing up with 82.5, and John Wildrick, Jay jumped 10 kilos for seconds. Oh, solid second attempt.
Yeah.
Good.
Gotta
Good.
love to see when the bar actually speeds up coming up after the chest.
All right, so bold move. Do we go to 160? I mean, he jumped 7.5 last time, so why not?
Yeah, Adrian picks up a good 5 kilos there on platform 2, or platform 1, excuse me. Now we got Aaron also taking 82.5 kilos.
Oh, they finally turned the air conditioning on in here.
Yeah,
It was warm, man. Oh. Granted, this is a huge space to cool down, but. There's that uneven lockout that you were talking about, which we don't care about as long as you lock it out.
Yeah, no, but nonetheless, good attempts there on platforms 1 and on 2. Last second attempt bench press on platform 2, Jesse Scott Hinkle, 162.5 kilos, 358 pounds. Very well executed day so far.
So we got 5 lifters left to go on flight A and platform 1, and then we'll jump into flight B.
Smooth second on platform 2, smooth third on platform 1. Janet Duncan picks up an additional 2.5 kilos added to her total. And I think this is where the consistency is going to show up, especially for tight divisions like what we're seeing here. It really is about picking up those 2.5 kilos rather than gambling for 5 kilos and risking that miss, right? Because like we talked about, every single kilo is going to matter here. And even though we're not comparing our lifters across within their weight class or competing with lifters in their divisions, I mean, this is all just one division. So it's every single kilo is going to add points to your dots.
Every kilo matters.
Yeah, so every single kilo is going to matter here. So I would be more inclined in taking a conservative end.
Absolutely.
And getting kilos on the board, getting points on the board than trying to gamble and
correct.
And try to build a total a little too soon before the deadlifts and then risking a miss. And now you're from the outside looking in.
If there's money on the line, you're going to play the game where you're going to go with the consistent option of, if I get this, the outcome is going to be X, right? So I know that if I can throw 7.5 kilos on it, but I only need 2.5 or 5 to do it. So why gamble with something that is on the outside of the probability? Stick with something that would guarantee you're in the money or win a pro card for the first time.
And a very solid attempt there, picking up an additional 10 kilos, Keith Lee. 10 kilos on the second attempt, 10 kilos for his third attempt. So he goes 6 for 6 and is in a very, very good spot moving into deadlifts. 2.5 increase despite a second attempt miss for Damian Hollis. 135 kilos, 297 pounds on platform 2.
So because Matt scratched his third, is he still 10 DOTS points away?
If forecasted, if he hits his third bench, he will be.
No, he's not. He scratched it, right?
Or for Michael Listingi scratched his third bench, but Matt Muccigrosso, if he is successful with this third, he'll be just 7 DOTS points below Alejandro. So a bit of the spread sort of widened a little bit, but again, we'll just have to see how conservative or aggressive their deadlift attempts are.
And hopefully something didn't tweak on that second bench.
Yeah.
You know. Pushing through that sticking point for Melissa. I love the smile. Good lift for Chris Hunt. Looks like we got American record or a world record coming up here. I don't know. I think an American record. You saw on the right-hand side of your screen, one of the platform crew came up and presented the chips or plates to our chief ref, verifying what they're putting on the bar.
So again, those are our fractional plates, and if you see an attempt that is not a increment of 2.5 kilos, that means there is an attempt in order. So 150.5 kilos on the bar, so breaking the record by 1 pound.
Ooh, world record, nice.
And again, very critical lift here for Matt.
Oh no. Well, he will get credit for that 147.5.
Again, this wasn't a go for broke lift here for Matt. Does walk away with 147.5 kilos. However, on the forecasted placements compared with Alejandro Wickman, he does sit around 9 points now below Alejandro, as opposed to 6 points if he would have hit that attempt, and 10 points after the conclusion of squat. So the spread is sort of widening a little bit, but again, we still have 3 attempts of deadlift to go to determine who our men's Raw Master winner is going to be.
And I wonder if this is more like I want the world record instead of playing jockey for a position.
Yeah. Again, he is pretty confidently sitting in that second place position, so no real threat there, as he does lead by about 14 points. So something terrible must happen in order for him to lose that positioning.
Let's
but even then,
not.
he does end up in third. But
holy crap! Janice Francis just crushing a world record like it's her, like literally the first time she hit the bar today. Wow.
Am I seeing that right? That's an opener?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. 65 kilos, world record on an opening attempt.
Holy moly.
Janice Francis lifting in the Masters 4 division. Sally Goldman up next. Platform 1, 70 kilos on the bar load for her. A little too much there on the day for Joseph on platform 2.
Having some technical difficulties on platform 1 with the display, but it's refreshing, so give us a second.
What a grind there on platform 2 with Joseph.
Wow.
152.5 kilos.
Yes, yes.
I believe that might have been
There,
John.
yeah, 2-1.
Yeah, John, 157.5 kilos. Good lift there.
So we're back on platform 1 with Suzette Bradley taking her opener here on platform 1, flight B. And we're literally 2 lifters out from ending bench on platform 2.
Solid lift there on platform 2. Greg, fortunately a no lift there on platform 2. Jesse up next, 170 kilos, 374 pounds. Final bench press attempt for platform 2. We got Brianna Green up next, 75 kilos on platform 1. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much there on platform 2 for Mr. Jesse. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that'll conclude the bench press portion of platform 2 for the men's Master Raw Challenge. And so just to kind of go over the forecasted placings for the male side, we have Alejandro Wickman, who currently leads with a 501.18 dots coefficient, followed by Matt, 501 dots.
As a master?
As a master, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Recently, recent master, currently 40 years of age, followed by Matt Mucci-Grosso with 492 dots as a, I believe he's a M4 or M3. He's M3.
I think he's M3.
Years. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it's insane.
Now, the masters, if you're at M1 at 40, your coefficient is open.
It is open, yeah.
So 501, that's a legit pro card.
Yeah.
Legit open pro card.
Yeah, and then as we kind of work down the rankings here to the top 5, we have Lee Wells sitting in 3rd with 478 dots, followed by Michael Lustingi, even though he walked away with only his opening bench press, sits in 4th with 464 and has a comfortable lead over Vitali, who has a 446 dots points.
Nice. And now, mind you, masters lifters, females need a 400 and men need a 425 to achieve a pro card as a masters lifter.
So again, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a 10-minute intermission on platform 2. We have a full screen display of our platform 1 ladies as they move into finishing out their first attempt opening bench press.
Nice opener for April. We've got Michelle coming up, opening at 95 kilos. Platform 2 got more red on it. Oh well.
Good attempt there, platform 1. Again, a bit too early to tell the forecasted placings for the women's division. Although we did have our 2 leading women who competed in the Flight A, Jennifer Thompson and Deborah Mazzullo, currently with 515 and 483 dots points respectively. However, we do have Alicia Webb, Jacqueline Dublé, and Sally Goldman in that top 5, 3 to 5, who are inching closer to potentially snagging one of those spots.
Nice.
Carrie Varco up next. Hit a world record squat earlier, opening up with 100 kilos, 220 pounds. For those of you watching at home, that's about the equivalent of 2 commercial gym plates.
Yep.
Just shy of it. Jacqueline Dublé up next, 248 pounds. Giving some final instruction to the head spotter how she would like her liftoff. Again, that's one of the most underrated things. Oftentimes, people who receive liftoffs don't utilize maybe as much as they ought to. I mean, that spotter is there to help you unrack that weight and basically place the bar exactly where you want it to be. So giving adequate instructions and just being able to be as communicative with the team that's there to help you is underrated.
Not to mention, this isn't the same person that's doing handoffs for you at the gym.
Yeah, yeah.
So you always have to take that into account to give them as much direction as possible.
Absolutely, and a very easy attempt there, opener for Jacqueline. 3 white lights. I mean, that it couldn't have gotten any easier than that. As we look to round out our opening attempt bench presses, 2 ladies remain, Alicia Webb and Latoya Snell, 115 kilos, both attempting 253 pounds.
Comes Alicia. Now Alicia does compete in equips, but not today.
Very soft touch on the bench there.
Very soft.
Yeah. And again, it goes back to the speed in which a lifter receives a press command.
So the Chief looks like maybe a blue.
Let's see what that. Yeah, blue.
Yep.
So maybe some up and down movement there.
I think so because she touched her chest, it bounced.
It kind of bounced a little bit, but I think it was motionless enough to receive the press command and kind of a delay in reaction time there almost. But again, we touched upon it earlier, right? But there is no predetermined bench press time or hold on the chest, right? We talked about it, how it's until the bar is motionless on the chest, that is when lifters will receive that press command. For those of you joining us, again, lifters have those 3 commands. We see in this widescreen view our chief referee, BJ Foss, on the right-hand side of the screen is giving 3 separate sets of commands to our lifters. He instructs the lifters the start command that allows the lifter to come down to the chest. Once lifters hold the bar motionless on the chest, he will give them the press command. They will then press that bar back out to full arm extension and hold it there until they receive the rack command. We got a world record attempt for Janice Francis. Broke a world record in her opening attempt, looking to spin back and hit it again. 67.5 kilos now loaded for her second attempt bench press, world record M4.
Let's see how fast this one moves. That one,
yeah,
that
first one flew. Wow. I mean, just toying with the records, right? Just.
At this point, I mean, she went up 2.5.
Yeah.
So she's probably going to do the same.
Yeah.
And we got another world record here. So we got a couple minutes left on platform 2 before they start pulling.
Just under 3 minutes.
So Sally did miss her first one, but this one should be good. Yeah, it's good.
Suzette Bradley up next, 77.5 kilos, taking a 5 kilo jump.
Suzette waving off the handoff person.
And again, lifters do have 60 seconds to receive that initial start command, so plenty of time. A lot of times lifters sometimes freak out thinking that 60 seconds or a minute is not a lot of time and they rush onto the platform, but trust us and believe us, that is a lot of time.
It is.
Again, good lift there for Suzette Bradley. Oh.
Nope.
She got
Blues.
2 blue cards.
Up and down?
Up and down moving to the bar probably by our center and our right referees. So again, that's something that the coaching staff will have to look into, see what they decide to do. Not a strength issue at all, but again, just making some technical adjustments moving into the third attempt. Same weight here for Angela, 77.5.
Good lift for Angela. sounds like the deadlifting right behind us.
Again, getting those blocks set up for our lifters.
And we're back with 2 platforms running simultaneously.
So again, we have our final section of the final lift of the meet here for our men's Raw Masters Challenge.
I know you've been here all day.
Yeah. A lot of talking going on back here.
Yes, sir.
We're going to kick us off with David Webb taking us to 180 kilos on the deadlift. And again, I think this is a very nice way to say the meet doesn't start until the bar hits the floor. Very common saying we hear in powerlifting.
Gino says that.
Looks like we'll start getting some energy back here. I mean,
I think now you're going to start seeing the jockeying.
Yeah,
unless there's like some really big blowout here.
And then I think these deadlifts going on behind us is waking me up.
Oh, it's definitely waking my butt up based on the chair I'm sitting in.
Yeah. But we got Allison Sneed, 87.5 on her second attempt bench press platform 1. And I think we got a timeout here on flight A for David.
Oh, did David Sneed not come out?
Yeah, I think he just timed out.
Why?
Again, I think there might be a lot of noise back here. Sometimes you might miss it, but it's happened before, unfortunately. But
yeah.
Hate to see it, but now we got Edgar Drake, 195 kilos, opening attempt deadlift.
Nice. Nice easy opener for Edgar.
3 white lights. And one thing to keep in mind is that once these lifters hit an opening successful deadlift, their attempts, their scores are now solidified, meaning that they're at no risk of bombing out. If they were successful in at least one bench press and in at least one squat, they're good, right?
Yep.
They can place and they can now take a bit more risk, right? Being able to kind of jump a little bit more aggressively into their second and third. This, so to speak, just solidifies their placements in the competition.
Correct. We've got Nichelle Pena coming up here. Second attempt of 100 kilos. There's Carlo. He's had a long day today. Nice opener, though.
Yeah, you imagine from having to weigh in at 7 a.m. for the morning session to still be lifting at basically 4 p.m.
For real. It's a long day.
Yeah. 8 hours of powerlifting.
Man, you're looking strong. Come on, Tamara.
Good attempt there.
Go. Probably see her take another 2.5 kilo jump.
Benjamin Rowe utilizing a technique not many people use, which is wrist wraps on deadlift. Some people like to have it on wrist wraps on deadlift.
Yeah. You know why?
Yeah, I mean, is it when you kind of make a fist and like you close it?
It makes your hand curl. It
right,
makes a fist.
Yeah.
If you have it tight enough, it'll make your fist. Nice. But you're right. It's not
widely
used. Underutilized thing.
Yeah. I feel like not many people know about it too.
Yep. lot of people also use a non-stiff wrist wrap.
Yeah.
And that lends to not being super tight. I prefer a stiff wrist wrap because I want to build a cast. 'Cause if you don't have wrist roll, then your wrists are going to be straight. That means the bar is going to be over your elbow.
Absolutely.
Nice, easy opener for Chris. All right, we've got 3 more lifters here on bench before we get into our final round of bench on platform 1.
Good conventional deadlift there by Peter Melendez on platform 2, 230 kilos. And again, as we said earlier, this is just solidifying all of these lifters on platform 2 in the meet, right? This is a very easy attempt, something that they know they can hit, and that comfortably lets them go up without fear of bombing out, of disqualification, not placing. So usually deadlift tends to be the lift where lifters make the most increases on a jump to jump as we compare the jumps taken from squats and bench press. Vitaly, 245 kilos. I mean, we got some pretty big deadlifts going on here. 540 pounds for an opening deadlift, 3 white lights. Alicia Webb, 122.5 kilos, platform 1. Very good attempt, second attempt. Alicia Webb kind of riding on the tail of Deborah Manzullo, separated by only about 12 dots points with 1 more attempt to go. So looking to cover some ground there. And Alicia's got a pretty big deadlift on her as well.
Yep. That she does.
Up next, we have one of our gentlemen in contention for the top 5 placings. Currently sitting in top 3, Lee Wells, 297.5 kilos. So this is 655 pounds for an opening deadlift attempt. Currently sitting with a forecasted placement of 478. So we'll see where he goes from here. Again, he's trailing not too far, 14 points behind Matt Muccigrosso. So depending on how far he actually goes up in his jumps, he might be able to catch up to Matt. And again, very interestingly, kind of the strategy is you're going to have to be looking both ways, both chasing the next opposition ahead of you, but also making sure you don't miss attempts and let people behind you catch up to you. So it's kind of playing both sides, seeing seeing where you go and where you land.
There's Janice Francis again with another world record.
Again, just world records after world records.
Jeez. At least make it look difficult.
I mean, we know it's gonna. We know she's gonna hit it, but the question is how fast.
Right. They all look the same.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like they all look the same.
Could have been an opener. Could have been an opener.
Seriously.
But again, I mean, we're not taking away from a world record attempt,
nope,
right? So
not at
again,
all.
Masters for Janice Francis. Again, going 6 for 6 and very well executed attempts here. Talk about like the confidence you're building going into deadlifts.
So I'm gonna say Alejandro's going. He's probably going
everything.
Not deep into the 7s, but probably like 730.
Yeah, I mean that lift was just about 5 kilos shy of 700 pounds, so he's going 325. So wow, just 325 is insane.
That's what
yeah,
no.
for second attempt.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So we jumped 20.
That would be 17 and a half kilos.
17 and a half. Okay. Yeah, so like 725 somewhere in there.
Yeah. Again, David Webb retaking 180 kilos. Looked a lot better there. Well, actually, I think he just timed out, I believe.
Did he need more rest? I mean, it's interesting. It's no.
I think he might have just timed out. The 180 was no issue for him. Suzette Bradley on platform 2, able to recover and hit 77.5 kilos after missing it for her second attempt. So good attempt in coming back there.
Comes Carlo in his marathon of a day. Yep. Okay, nice. Finish strong now.
Good attempt there. And again, on the women's side, we're starting to see a clearer picture of what the top 5 is looking at as we continue finishing out these second attempts and moving into our third, or these are our third attempts, closing out that portion of the lifting. We got a few more ladies who are sitting within the top 5. Still left to go, so placings are still about to shake just a little bit.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, again, very, very tight spreads between some of these placements. So it's getting very exciting as we see some of these placements. I mean, like, for instance, we have Jacqueline and Sally 4th and 5th place, just separated by 6 dots points. I mean, that's like an attempt. So we're really excited to see how things shape up as we move into deadlifts and rounding out bench for our women's side. $15-kilo jump on platform 2 for Manny.
Two to one, good lift.
Red card with a, red light with a blue card, so could be for either ramping or hitching or downward motion.
Out.
But yeah, I mean,
or no, is that a wait? No,
red
blue
card is lockout.
Is it red?
Red. He got a blue card, I believe.
Oh,
interesting.
so yeah, blue. Interesting. Okay.
Again, we're not in the position where the referees are seated, so it's a little harder for us to tell as we're only looking at the video feed. But Benjamin Rowe up next, 10-kilo jump with 225 kilos.
I think Benjamin's going to call it a day right there.
We got our April Gray supporters here who have been commenting this entire time in the chat. 102.5 kilos, the equivalent of 2 plates. Little 2-plate date here for April Gray, platform 1. And
come on.
Dinner served.
That should be a good lift. That didn't go down. Yep.
Dinner is served on platform 1.
Nice.
There we go. Another 226-pound attempt, platform 1.
Got a Chris fan club out there, I think.
Peter Melendez taking his time, getting his footing, and just setting up for his second attempt. Very strong attempt.
Very strong. Looks like we got 5 more on platform 1. Got Tamer coming out here, finishing up on bench with 107 and a half.
Oh, what a grind here on platform 1.
Wow. I didn't know if that was going to move.
Yeah, I know. It came.
3 white lights.
Wow. That's a very impressive lift there. I mean,
Yep.
it looked like it just kind of stalled on the chest, but I mean, it just picked up speed as she continued pressing. And I mean, I was
Crazy.
going to say, like, that is only 2.5 kilos, but a very valuable 2.5 kilos going
Yep.
into deadlift. Talk about just like the momentum you build going 3 for 3, going into deads, and just overall confidence booster of going and securing whether it be a PR or just a 3 for 3 executed session here on bench.
My carry.
Again,
Nope.
bar started coming down there for Carrie. Walks away with 107.5. We will see her back for deadlifts.
Platform crew is very much encouraging our lifters out there. Love to see it.
617-pound deadlift for Jose on platform 2. Good lift. And then we are now pushing over, or heading into 700 pounds in Lee Wells. So as a reminder, Lee Wells is one of those lifters who is currently fighting in that top 3, currently forecasted in third place if successful with this lift, putting him at a 490 dots coefficient score.
20-kilo jump right there.
And Jackie, one of our lifters, who is currently forecasted in 4th place if successful with this lift, putting her at a 465 dots points coefficient
Nice.
score.
Now, ironically, everybody that lifted this morning in the top 3 won a pro card. Everybody.
Yeah.
Some strong people.
And there we go. Good lift there.
Well, that was 20. What has he got? 10 more in the tank, maybe?
Yeah, again, it's just a matter of seeing what the rest of the lifters do. Again, you're in an advantage point being the second to last lifter to go in your flight.
Yep.
Alicia Webb, our second to last lifter on flight B, platform 1. We got a record attempt, 126 kilos being loaded on the bar.
World record. Got the
World
chips
record
out.
attempt. Masters 3 world record attempt on platform 1, Alicia Webb.
So why haven't they started a clock for Alejandro?
Getting that bar
Oh.
nice and cleaned.
I wonder if they're borrowing referees.
All eyes on platform 1, Alicia Webb.
Nope.
Yeah, you almost saw that bar kind of almost come back up as soon as
Yeah.
she was coming down. Just a little hesitation there, bringing
I
it
think
to the
she's
chest.
trying to time the press command.
Yeah. Again, walks away with 122.5 kilos, and Alicia Webb still sits in 3rd place, forecasted with a 471 dots points,
Yeah, this is-
trailing
They were
6
holding
points.
for Alejandro. They
Yeah.
must have needed.
I think
some referees.
the world record presence there might have
Yep.
required a bit more referees there to be utilized on the platform. 716 pounds, second attempt.
Whew.
Yeah, very confident attempt there
So
for
325.
Alejandro.
32.
Latoya Snell, 130 kilos, 286 pounds.
Very narrow grip, too.
Bar got a little shifty on the chest, and almost it looked like she was kind of grinding different gears, kind of shifting into new positions there as she got. Yeah, and that's a good lift, 2-1.
I she had a foot bobble or something. No,
Yeah.
blue card.
Yeah, again,
So-
she did have a longer of a press command and hold.
Yeah, true.
As she was kind of letting that bar settle and be motionless on the chest, but again, able to work around that position and get a good lift. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude the bench press portion for the women's section of the Masters Raw Challenge. As we head into deadlifts, we will be taking a 10-minute intermission, and we have our placings here on the bottom right corner of the screen. We have Jen Thompson currently leading in first with a forecasted 515 dots points, followed by Deborah Mazzullo with 483. Alicia Webb rounding out that third place position with a 471 dot score, followed by Jacqueline Dublé with 465, and Sally Goldman in fifth place with 459 dots points.
Let's go, Edgar. Finish strong here. It's the way to do it. BJ, there you go.
3 white lights.
Yep.
And again, on flight A for platform 2, we have our number 1 and number 2 gentlemen lifting right now. We have Alejandro Wickman and Lee Wells, who are sitting comfortably in each of their respective positions. But as you know, we have Matt Muccigrosso and Michael Listinghi in the flights to follow. So those change and placings might shift.
After this Carlos is done, he can take a nap. Yep, he can take a nap. Good job, though.
Yeah, again, to compete twice in a single day it's not an easy feat, right? So weigh in twice, register twice. It is something that takes a bit of a dedication. Not only that, but you got to qualify for both divisions and events.
And pay for it. Let's see who's got that.
That's the hard part, the work part.
Right. Right, Manny. Nice. Good for him.
Yeah, he's very excited with that attempt. Does a celebratory dance. Albert Matagrano up next, 227 kilos, 500 pounds. Chris Baula up next, 245 kilos. Again, we got about 6 lifters remaining on platform 2, flight A.
Peter looks happy.
There we go, asking crowd for the hype. 255 kilos, 10-kilo jump.
Is he currently in the hunt?
Yeah, so this will actually move him into 3rd place under preliminary forecastings. Again, we do have Flight
it says
B.
it on the screen.
Yeah, we do have Flight B and the rest of Flight A to go. But again, this will move him into that bronze medal position.
Has he been staying there all that time? Is he in the
Yeah,
top
yeah,
5?
he's been kind of trailing from the outside looking in. So he's currently in that, seated in that bronze medal position. So it really is him kind of watching from the stands now to see what everyone else does.
Oh, what is he doing?
And that's a bit of the disadvantage you have with lifting first before everybody else. The lifters in Flight A, including Alejandro Wickman and Lee Wells, who are coming up next, they are going to have to be looking from the stands, essentially watching what Flight B does, essentially seeing if their totals and their placings is going to hold up for the entirety of the flight. Waiting on those lights for Peter Melendez.
They're restarting it.
Again, moving along, we have Vitali, who is moving from 5th to 4th place. And again, all placements from 1st to 5th will receive a medal, but only 1st and 3rd to 3rd will get paid. And Jan, remind us again, what are the payouts for this division?
We pay out top 3. I believe it's Masters was. Let me get confirmation.
While we wait on that, we have an American record attempt here. Jose Gonzalez, 290 kilos, 640 pounds, 3rd attempt deadlift. Jose lifting in the Masters 1 division, 45 years young. American record attempt, ladies and gentlemen. Jose Gonzalez. What an easy attempt there by Jose. 3 white lights. New American record. We got some Lee fans in the chat here. LFG Lee. We got him coming up next with 327.5 kilos.
All right, so for the payouts for the Masters full power, we're paying out top 3, male and female, $1,000 for first, $500 for second, and $250 for third. Tomorrow we place out top 5 with money.
And Lee Wells, currently sitting with a DOTS score of 490, will move into 496, still remaining in 2nd place, but just furthering that gap behind Matt Muccigrosso, who currently trails him at 492 DOTS score. So very critical lift here for Lee Wells. 722 pounds.
Oh, no.
Yeah, just a little bit too much for him there. However, he still is sitting in 2nd place with 490 as his DOT score. However, Matt Muccigrosso is looking to come from behind here. If with his opening attempt, he will land himself in that 2nd place with 492. .738 pounds. Alejandro Wickman gets that down command, and referees say
3 white lights. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Alejandro Wickman is your champion in the men's Raw Master division. Again, we still have Flight B left to go, but with the current spread, Matt Muccigrosso, well, actually, Matt Muccigrosso is trailing behind by about a 24 point deficit. So
that's a lot to overcome.
It is a lot to overcome, but I mean, if there's hope, I guess.
Yeah, there is hope.
Yeah.
There is hope for sure.
So Alejandro Wickman sitting in first comfortably with a 9-for-9 performance, putting himself with a 516 dots score. And again, he is 40 years of age. So in the age coefficient realm, that is essentially a 516 regular dot score.
All right, next up we got David Whalen, opening with 215 kilos. I take that back. It's Michael Lustig. Here we go. We're catching up. Solid opener for Michael. 217 and a half. All right, we got Joseph Sotili. It's a good lift for Joseph. All right, I think, see what's going on with Matt here. All right, John Wildrick coming up here from Hudson Valley Powerlifting. Shout out all our New York lifters.
I understood what you said, man.
All right, we got Jesse coming up.
Good attempt there by Jesse, 255 kilos, 3 white lights. And again, like we were continuing to reiterate before, these lifters on Flight B are solidifying their total. So they're getting something on the board, not overshooting, not going for something crazy, just getting themselves on the board before they can take those aggressive attempts on their second and third attempts, respectively. Again, ladies and gentlemen, world record attempt there at platform 1 by Melinda French. Up next, we got Donna Armando, 132.5 kilos, opening attempt deadlifts. Damian Hollis, 265 for his opening deadlift on platform 2. Good attempts there on both platforms 1 and platform 2. Ashley Carlson, 137.5 kilos. Meanwhile, we have John Mack, 275, already putting us over to the 600-pound mark on the openers. American record attempt, platform 1. There we go. What an easy attempt there. Already breaking an American record off of just the opening attempt. Good attempt there, platform 1. Our spotters and loaders getting that bar ready for Keith Lee, platform 2, 290 kilos. Appears as if John Mack has timed out his 275 attempt on platform 2. Will retake 275 coming next round. Keith Lee now rounding out opening deadlift attempts for platform 2. And over on platform 1, Jennifer 140 kilos. What an easy attempt for her at 308 pounds. Solid attempt there, Keith. Very tightly positioned conventional deadlift. We are now transitioning over to second attempt deadlifts on platform 2, Flight B. Bit of a slight delay there with the overlays, but up next we have David Whelan, who will be taking 230 kilos. Meanwhile, on platform 1, we have Jamie Kingsley, 145 kilos. Matt Muchigrosso, platform 1. Matt is successful with that second attempt deadlift, putting him over 500 dots points officially now. He is sitting at 501.005, so successfully secured the 500 dots total with one more lift left to go.
started to disappear on you there. We are, wow. It's just starting seconds here. Deadlift, platform 2. Openers on platform 1.
Yeah, again, with deadlifts, typically end up being the fastest turnaround with the attempts. Again, it's just a lot less loading. Don't really have to change the rack height, so our spotters and loaders are going to really
Zero rack
be very
heights.
efficient, yeah, with these. Again, Joseph, 245 kilos, taking a 25 kilo jump, platform 2.
All right, good job there, Joe.
$255 kilo attempt here on his second Greg. Very good attempt there. Plenty of room left in the tank. Over here on platform 1, Jen Thompson, 165 kilos, makes easy work out of that weight. Again, Jen Thompson, your current leader in the women's Raw Masters division. Sitting comfortably just under 30 kilos spread between Jen Thompson and Deborah Manzullo, first and second place in the women's Raw Masters. John, platform 2, 255 kilos. And the referees say that is a 3 white light lift. Good lift there for Aaron. 3 white lights. And again, that 165 kilo attempt by Aaron is just 10 kilos shy of her all-time best, so expect her to probably surpass that after today.
Wow, snappy opener.
Yeah, very fast attempt, platform 1. And a smooth second there on 2 for Jesse.
All right, we're into the 600s now.
Yeah, John Mack, whom I believe timed out for his opening attempt, just coming back to secure 275, get something on the board.
Okay. Looks like we're starting over on seconds on platform 1 with Deborah.
Ooh,
That's
let's see
gonna
if
be a no
she
lift.
get called for up and down movement there.
Yeah,
Oh, what is that?
that was blatant.
Yeah, it was just a 2-to-1. One referee on the left didn't call it for that, but the 2 others did. And what she got called for specifically was downward motion. So as she was coming up with the bar, that bar dipped back down. So meaning the center of the bar, the entirety of the bar, moved downwards as the bar was moving up. So in powerlifting, the bar can only move in one direction at a time in between commands. So if you're squatting down, that bar can only move down until you start your recovery attempt to back up. And if you're lifting that bar back up, squat, bench, deadlift, whichever, and that bar dips back down and you lock it out, that will be a no lift. So just something to very keep in mind for if you are competing.
John with like, or excuse me, Chris with almost like a weightlifting kind of a start to his pull.
Reminds me of a lot of strongmen sometimes that roll that bar down and then they kind of sit in their calves and then they load it up. So interesting technique there, but it works for him and he's successful with 280 kilos.
Phew. It's a hell of a pull for a 90.
Yeah. Again, one more attempt. Now we got Keith Lee, 308.5, and this is a record here, American record.
That's a long ways up, man.
Yeah, it's very crazy. His best coming into this competition was 287.5 kilos, so he's well surpassed that today, even just off of the opener, but now 308.5 kilos. Oh, wow, what a deadlift.
Okay, he owns that, I guess.
He's kind of built for it. Look, I mean, just the leverages he has on him just make him very suited for deadlift.
All right. Third and final pulls on platform 2. Donna's probably going to get a good lift there. Yep, on platform 1.
I remember seeing Matt down in South Korea lifting at the IDFPA Worlds. So he attempted 235 kilos, missed it on his third, re-attempting that here, looking for redemption. Matt Mucci Grosso, third and final deadlift attempt. Just a little bit too much for him on the day. However, Matt still walks away with that second place silver medal, suiting himself with a 501 final dots score.
Damn.
So to be over 500 dots is remarkable in of its own.
Yep. That is correct. We got Mike Listigi.
And again, this will move him from a 474 dots to a 480. Kind of ensuring that no one remaining can sneak past him and snag his fourth place placement right now. So again, still sitting in fourth. His position is not too much under threat, but again, he's sitting at 474 dots.
So I don't know what happened with Jamie on her first attempt, but that one did not move, and she went up 5 kilos. So she's going to need her third to get a total here.
Great attempt there by David Whelan, platform 2. And the referees say 3 white lights.
So we got an American record attempt on platform 1. She's just up there casually chewing gum.
New American record there on platform 1.
These guys on 2, man, they're leaving it all on the platform right now. Do we have anybody left to jockey?
John, platform 2, matches all-time best on his second attempt, looking to exceed that by 5 kilos. 260 kilos, 573 pounds. Oh, and it just slips off of his hands.
No.
So we got a very interesting development here just as we round out the men's session. We have Christopher Hunt, one of our few lifters that is still sitting outside of the 5th place position, currently slotted to attempt 295 kilos.
You went up 15 keys?
295.
He went up 280, right?
280, yeah, 15 keys.
Wow.
That sits him 1.7 dots points away from a medal, 5th place medal. So if he goes up another 2.5 kilos, which he does have the ability to change his attempt, he could bump out Jose Gonzalez out of that podium spot. So we'll just wait and see what they decide to do, as he is just a few lifters away from actually going up and taking his attempt. Very big attempt here for John Mack.
4 more attempts going on platform 4. We're 2, excuse me.
Oh, and just that grip.
Another one. You got to clean that bar.
Yeah.
Something.
And again, he ends up with 275, which is only 2.5 kilos below his all-time best of 277.5. Okay. So, I mean, given that attempt, I would say that he's actually gone a considerable increase in strength, just being able to take that attempt and actually have a really good fight with it. Looks like Christopher Hunt will solidify himself in 6th place if successful with this lift. Let's see you, Chris. Oh, there it is. Oh, did he get the down command? No, he didn't. So, again, Chris will remain in 8th place there. Nice stab at 6th there, but Peter Melendez will retain that spot.
Damian throwing down, going, I'm going 25 kilos over.
Yeah, again, this will put him over the 400 dots points barrier, so a very good milestone marker there. Again, not only is 300 kilos a big milestone lift for lifters, but surpassing that 400 dots mark is also something to be very, very proud of.
Yep. Oh.
It's a little bit too much there on the day for Damian.
And we either have an American record or something coming up here.
Yeah, we got Keith Lee attempting 320.5 kilos.
American record, that was American record last time, right?
Aaron Michael up next, platform 1, 172.5 kilos.
Oh, world record.
Oh, wow. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, a world record attempt on platform 2. Keith Lee, 320.5 kilos, 706 pounds.
All right. And just like that, platform 2's done. As they say, that's a wrap.
Yeah, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, that'll conclude the men's side for the Masters Raw Challenge. As we just want to take a look at the forecasted placements here on the bottom right side of the screen. We have in 5th place Jose Gonzalez, who walks away with a 462 dot score, followed by Michael Listingian, 4th place at 474. And then we have Lee Wells in your bronze medal position, 490 dots points, followed by Matt Mucci-Grosso in that silver with a 501, finally crossing over the 500 dot score. Alejandro Wickman rounds out your 1st place and gold medal position with a 516 dot score. And here we have a world record attempt on platform 1. Jen Thompson, 198 kilos. Wow.
Okay then. And she takes it
And
good for her.
it's a second attempt, right? So she still has one more go at it, right? See, she went from 165 kilos to 198. So she took a 33 kilo jump.
Wow. Making it even 200 now. Just screw it.
Yeah, so she
Call
has
it a
one
day.
more attempt at it to snag another world record. Again, convincingly has a sizable lead on the forecasted placements by over 50 dots points. So, I mean, that is a given win there for Jen Thompson, but we'll see as she puts in 200.5 for her third and final attempt.
I was close.
Yeah.
We got Deborah here, moving potentially from 12th to 6th.
Yeah, again, these are very tight margins for these ladies. Again, every attempt is going to matter from here on out.
Let's go, Deborah.
There it is. Come on, Deborah, stick with it.
Oh, my Lord. Let's go. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, jeez.
2-1, a good lift for Miss
Wow.
Deborah. Wow.
And she knows how to excite the crowd.
Wow. Very thankful for our spotters and loaders being able to kind of keep her safe and preventing her from.
Keep Grandma safe.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, guys. Miss Lynn Mary Arianoka coming up to match her all-time best, 127.5 kilos loaded on the bar for her.
She'll get credit for her second attempt at 120. And we got another world record coming up.
I think it's insane how you can be well into your 60s and 70s and still PRing, right? Still hitting all-time best. Again, not only is this a world record attempt, but this is an all-time best for Melinda French.
Come on, Melinda.
There we go, 294 pounds.
On dry legs.
Again, a shaky lockout there. Gets a down command by our chief referee. Let's see what the refs say.
No.
Unfortunately, a no lift
Didn't lock it
there.
out.
Yeah.
Now we're going to follow that up with an American record now. Get the bar ready here for Ashley.
Ashley Carlson ended with 137.5 kilos in South Korea IDFPA Worlds and is looking to finalize her deadlift attempts here with 145. It's kind of a bit of a redemption meet here for Ashley.
Come
Oh,
on.
and she smokes that with ease, gets that down command. Walks away with an American record.
Nice. Now Jamie needs this lift.
Again, ladies and
Secure a
gentlemen,
total.
this is one of those attempts that matter. This is do or die for Miss Jamie Kingsley. If she is unsuccessful in this lift, she will be disqualified, right? She cannot post a total and will not be able to place among the rest of the ladies.
Nope.
So she needs this lift in order to continue on with the competition. So we're just running down this clock, see if she'll come out and attempt this weight. Again, she has 40 seconds remaining on the clock.
clock's running. Is she not back there? Yeah, I think she's timing out. Man, that's.
Yeah, again, that second attempt didn't budge off the floor, so
No.
could have been a wide array of things. Injury, just something wasn't there on the day. But again, we just wish Jamie the best as she moves forward in her powerlifting. Hope to see her at Nats or another competition just later down in the year.
I'm sure we will.
Little PR total at the Arnold, baby. See that third?
Up next, we got Deborah Mazzullo.
151. What is she going for? This has got. I mean, that's not. Is it American record?
So we're seeing what's the marking here on the screen, if it's a
There's
American
nothing
or
up
world
there.
record, but we got chips on the bar.
Yeah.
Gets that down command. A record of some sort, we'll say. Fortunately, a no lift for her. Got 2 red cards for lockout and then the yellow card for a technical failure. So fortunately, a 3 red light, non-contestable lift.
Got Donna finishing up here with 152 and a half. Slow and steady wins the race. So Jennifer is just she's solidifying her 3rd place spot right now.
Again, with this lift, like Jan said, she will be forecasted in that 3rd place position. However, we do have lifters in Flight B still left to go.
Yep.
So again, it's just one of those, put up the highest possible placing you can and then fend off the rest of the competitions from the stands.
Put it out of contention.
And she does an excellent job at
Wow.
that, and she walks away with an all-time PR here. Best coming into the competition was 152.5. PRs that by 5 kilos, walks away with 157.5.
Solid finish.
A huge milestone lift here for Melissa. Weight she hasn't hit since 2022.
Really?
So if successful with this weight, that's a big accomplishment on its own, right? Hitting
Wow.
hitting a number you haven't touched in over 4 years.
Right. And making it look that easy. I mean,
Yeah, talk about longevity. I mean, she previously hit that when she was back in the open, and now she's hitting it as a master lifter. So again, that consistency and being able to retain those levels of strength. I think that's something that's not quite as appreciated as much as we should be talking about,
Oh,
right? Being able to
absolutely.
retain those levels of strength, competing in the Masters division.
well, I mean, you saw Wickham, right? I mean, he's barely a Masters lifter, but he set an open. He's a contention for an open pro card.
Exactly.
All right, next up we got Janet. finishing up with 167 and a half. We've got 5 more lifters, including this one in Flight A, and then we're going to finish with Flight B and be done for day 1 at the Arnold. Solid third pull.
And another all-time best here for Janet Duncan. Well, previously hit 162.5 and walks away with 167.5.
Nice. 5 kilo PR and dead? Okay.
What a 9 for 9 performance here by Melissa Smith.
Oh, nice.
Able to walk away with 167.5 after taking a 12.5 kilo jump from second to third. I mean, that is a pretty big jump. And not only that, she walks away with an all-time best. She previously hit 162.5 and PRs that by 5 kilos. Can't be mad at that at all. I mean,
no.
9 for 9 PR total at the Arnold. Like, it doesn't get any better than that.
All right, Aaron, let's do it.
Third and final deadlift here for Aaron.
She wants the crowd to get loud.
Again, getting herself pretty nice and styked. Again, these ladies are trying to put up the highest possible placement they can before the flight. B girls go up and take the stage. Oh, what a grind for Aaron. Gets caught at the knees.
I thought she was going to pull through that, but.
Again, just lost the momentum at the knees.
Oh,
but
and it's her birthday today, too.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Gino's singing happy birthday to her.
I'll make sure to find Aaron and see if I can tell her happy birthday before she leaves.
Happy birthday, Aaron.
Adrienne Bonaparte, 187.5, taking us over 400 pounds in the deadlift event. Be a 2.5 kilo PR for Adrienne. Previous best, 185, hitting 187 here at the Arnold.
Nice.
And that's as good as the third attempt gets.
Yep.
3 white lights. And none other than Jen Thompson is up next with another, to no one's surprise, a world record attempt, right? How many does she have already? All right, let's see it. Jen Thompson, world record attempt. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
For a second, I thought it was coming up.
Yes, it looked like it was moving, but.
And I just want to highlight one important thing. That would have been an all-time PR for Jen Thompson. And the reason that's so fascinating is given the amount of time she's been competing for so many years. I mean, we're talking decades of experience here. To be attempting an all-time career best, right, is something to not be to not look past.
Yes.
So very, very valiant effort there for Jen Thompson. Walks away with a deadlift world record on the second, and I mean, just collecting so many records there.
Crazy.
Again, this is their third gold medal just off of one day of competing.
Janice Francis gets her first deadlift attempt. We are finally on to Flight B deadlifts. We can safely say that these are the final attempts for the day here at the Arnold for USA Powerlifting. It's been a long day, but get some rest. We'll come back and do it again tomorrow.
Good opening attempt there, Tamara. 3 white lights.
Got brown and green opening at 150. Solid opener. Referees agree. Nice. And now we're going to roll right into a world record. So what the heck? Sally Goldman coming out here pulling 160 for a world record.
We got our flashing IDFPA logo in the backdrop right there. International Drug-Free Powerlifting Association.
So the reason why we can set world records here is this event, so today and tomorrow are dual sanctioned with the IDFPA and USA Powerlifting. So that's the reason why we can set world records. And at our national events like Collegiate, high school, youth bench, equipped, and raw masters, man, that's a lot. Those will only be able to, you'll only be able to set American records there. Or national records, whatever we're calling them these days.
Previously, you were able to set world records at those meets should you have the referees available. But now, because we have the implementation of like student worlds and we have masters, open worlds, those are now the appropriate pathways for lifters to set world records on the international stage.
Suzette with a solid opener. Man, that was fast.
And again, as these ladies on Flight B start taking their opening attempts, they're solidifying themselves not only in the entire competition, but they're getting a better picture of what their forecasted placement might be once we actually start seeing attempts start rolling in. So currently, we have Jen Thompson and Deborah Mazzullo, who lifted in Flight A, currently leading in first and second place respectively. However, we have Alicia Webb, Sally Goldman, and Jacqueline Dublé in third through fifth. So those ladies still have their attempts to go and potentially try to sneak into position. So Jennifer Thompson is pretty solidly into first place with a 552 dots points. I mean, no one's beating that. But I mean, Deborah Mazzullo is sitting at 486, so she is under threat by all three ladies. I mean, with Alicia Webb and Sally Goldman being separated by only 0.5 of a dots point. I mean, 0.1 of a dots points.
Oh my
Lord. That is nothing, ladies and gentlemen. So I mean, it really comes down to what these ladies are going to do on these final three attempts. Again,
so the spread on men's was definitely more than the women's.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Right now, we just have solidified first place, and we have Deborah defending her second, her silver, from the stands from Alicia, Sally, and Jacqueline.
All right, we've got Angela coming up here, Alicia Webb coming up here. Opening with 170. Currently sitting in third place, like Kevin said.
Very good attempt there by Alicia Webb.
Solid opener. Got Allison Sneed coming up. All these women are making light work, excuse me, of their openers.
We're now moving over onto the 400-pound mark, 182.5 kilos by Carrie Vargo. Only one miss so far in the third bench press. Did walk away earlier with a world record squat. Bit of a hybrid stance there, kind of like a frog stance. Not quite a full sumo with those feet wide and hands inside of the legs. Not a conventional with those hands right in between the knees, in between the hands and stuff. But interesting setup.
Sumo conventional.
Latoya Snell, 187.5 kilos.
Or a conventional sumo, I don't know. Good lift for Latoya. Got April Gray coming up here, opening with 190. We've got one more lifter following her, and then we will roll into second attempts. Jacqueline here with 207. Will we see a 500-pound pull?
Three white lights
for her. All right, now we're going to roll into second attempts.
And again, this is one of the things you really want to see, right? Straight greens on all of the openers. So that really gives us a good picture of what everyone's going to hit. Now you don't have to worry about somebody retaking an attempt or making any alterations to their game plan, right? So as we see here in Janice Francis, I mean, she's loaded with world records here, going up to 142.5 kilos. But that's just a prime example of the strategy a lot of these ladies are taking. Now that they have everything on the board and no one's at risk of bombing out, they can now take advantage of that opportunity and go up in weight and take some marginal risk, right? Some calculated risk, and try to, again, place as high as possible and try to see what these ladies are capable of putting up.
Sandbagger, oh my Lord. What the heck? Should be a good lift for Brianna.
Yep.
All right, next up we got Tamara.
12.5 kilo jump there. Again, those hands placed very close to each other might tend to cause some issues, or at least make the lockout just a little bit more difficult.
She wasn't in the smooth though, right? She was on it.
Yeah, you got to give it just. It's a bit more difficult to get those arms to clear.
Plus, it also puts your shoulders in an adverse position of being more up front. Forward.
Yeah, we got a world record attempt now for Sally Goldman, 170 kilos. Lifting in the M3 division.
Wow.
Inching very close to 400 pounds as an M3. That's a very impressive weight. Sally Goldman, second attempt, 170 kilos, 3 white lights. Sally's one of those ladies that's contending for a bronze medal position, looking to see if she can dethrone Deborah off of that silver. Currently sitting just 15 dots points away from her, so maybe a Hail Mary attempt can close that gap, but she is fighting Alicia and Jacqueline for that bronze.
All right, Suzette.
Michelle Pena up next, 175 kilos, 10 kilo jump from her opening attempt. Very good attempt by Michelle. That was a PR match for her at 175. Angela, 175 as well. Second attempt, deadlift. Great attempt there for Angela, and a consistent performance after this attempt, going 3 for 3 or 2 for 3. Good lift there. She is 8 for 8 thus far, so very, very consistent performance at the Arnold. I think that's one thing to also be proud of for a lot of the lifters, going 9 for 9 and 8 for 9, right? The consistency on a stage like this goes to show not only your ability to train to standards, but also execute when the lights are bright, right?
Exactly.
We have a video wall, we have people, hundreds of people watching you from the stands, noise everywhere. I mean, so many different variables, distractions, and to execute under those circumstances when you're not in the gym just goes to show the level of execution you have as an athlete.
Let's go, Alicia. This flight has the potential to set the most 9 for 9s right here. I'm gonna make that statement because the other ones didn't. So we'll see. Yeah,
again, given how nice and well executed these second attempts are looking, I wouldn't even oppose that statement. I mean, that's something that I can realistically see. I mean, just looking at some of these top 3 ladies, I mean, in Sally, Alicia, Jacqueline, I mean, these ladies are hitting their lifts, and that's what gets you winning these national championships, winning these events like the Arnold.
There's one right here.
Yeah, I mean, Allison's need goes 8 for 8, does with 187.5 in the.
I've got Carrie here, second attempt. She jumped 10 kilos to 192.5.
And if she's bold enough to jump another 10 kilos, that'll match her all-time best at 202.5.
Oh, nice. Okay. That may be in the cards right now.
We're starting to see some of these third attempts rolling in. Latoya Snell, 197.5, second attempt, 10 kilo jump. Fortunately, a no lift for Latoya. Got called for either ramping, supporting with the bar on the thighs, and locking out. So she did not pull her shoulders back or lock out her knees. So we'll have another go at it for her third attempt, but misses that 197 second attempt. April Gray, 202.5 kilos.
12.5 kilo jump here.
Again, making up incredible ground, 12.5 kilos.
Oh, my Lord.
April Gray. How about that?
Wow. Okay.
And again, this puts her in a really good spot now. She's forecasted with a 456 dots points, which can put her in either the top 5 or see, depending on just how these ladies go. I mean, she's pretty solidly in that 6th place position. Again, we'll just have to see what she puts in for her third attempt deadlift.
And this is our last second attempt pull. After Jacqueline pulls, we're going to go right into our third and final attempts of the day.
Again, on the forecasted placements, this will move her from 4th to 5th,
nice.
bumping Sally Goldman down to 5th.
Interesting.
So again, this is going to get really interesting jockeying for position. Jacqueline Dublé, good attempt there, 217.5 kilos.
Huh.
It's very exciting when you see how much room they have left in the tank, knowing that they can.
That was
if you need an extra 2.5 from what that planned third might be, you might just have it.
Yep. So Janice is going to break her own world record.
I think we have a question here that you think I think you might be able to answer. What are the qualifications for a pro card? Somebody's asking in the chat.
Pro card, so for an open pro card, any female needs to achieve a 470, this is 3 lift now, so squat, bench, and deadlift. A female needs to achieve a 475 dots value. Male needs to achieve 500. They also need to place at a national level. So typically we'll like tomorrow, we're going to place out to top 5 that are going to get pro cards. So if they currently don't have one, and the females that lift in the morning, and anybody in the top 5 gets a 475 dots or higher, they will automatically get a pro card. Same thing for the men in the afternoon. So if you don't have a pro card and you're competing in the afternoon, and you get one of the top 5 slots, you not only get money, but you also win a pro card. For the Masters division, now mind you, those numbers are the same for equipped and raw. For Masters, the numbers go down slightly. For females, it is 400, and the males, it's 425. So the bench is a little bit lower because it's only one discipline. But those are the things. You can only achieve a pro card at a national or in this case, an international event like this is. We do not do pro cards at IDFPA events solely Only when the USA Powerlifting is involved is your chance to get a pro card. So basically, Masters, Raw Nationals, Equipped Nationals, and Bench Nationals, and the Arnold are your only kind of avenues to get a pro card.
Very well explained there. Thank you, Jan.
Welcome.
Big jump here by Tamara.
Wow. Well, she will get credit for her second.
Again, 157.5 kilos.
Got Suzette Bradley coming up here. Took a 7.5 kilo jump. She's amped up. Let's go, Suzette. Oh, yeah. With some room to spare.
Good job there for Suzette.
Or not.
Oh, we got.
She not lock it out?
2-1, no lift. Got a red card from the center and the left referee. So could mean two things. Could be those shoulders weren't fully locked back, or those knees weren't locked. So again, tough angle to judge here from the front. But again, those side referees and chief referee will have a better gauge and explain exactly what happened.
This is going to move her into third place. If successful.
Oh,
And
wow.
it looks
You
like
see
it's
how
going to be.
Yeah, that bar just speeds up at the lockout. And
Wow.
that is a well-executed world record attempt there. 3 white lights.
Good for you. You go, Sally.
And again, with that Sally Goldman attempt of 180, she went 3 for 3 in the deadlifts and is currently sitting with a 483 dot score. So we have 3 more lifters left to go that are in contention, 4th through 6th. So we'll see how those placings hold up if Sally Goldman will remain in 3rd place. But we still got Alicia Webb and Jacqueline Dublé to go.
Oh, wow.
Good attempt there.
She has
Breaking
some
into
good
the 400.
third attempt selections here.
Yeah, 400-pound mark there. Yeah, Nichelle Pena very excited with that 3 for 3 white light lift.
Nice.
Just going back to the execution conversation we had, Angela's one of the lifters here who is going to go 9 for 9 if successful with this 400-pound deadlift attempt. 182.5 for the 9 for 9 at the Arnold Sports Festival. There it is.
Yep. Got that head down, looking at the chief, saying,
Oh. 3 reds for lockout.
not knees?
Again, a tough angle, but questionable.
Ay.
Not so sure how I feel about that one, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well. And you can argue.
Yeah, I mean, you can. Procedure. Again, we have Alicia Webb now, 187.5 kilos for her 3rd and final attempt. She's looking to move past Sally Goldman, edge herself into
Bang, 2 spots.
3rd place, yeah. Oh, wow, 2nd place, yeah. Looking to knock out Deborah and Sally down a placement. It's hers. There it is.
Lock it out. That
And
looks good.
executed like the veteran she is, Alicia Webb.
Yes.
2-1. Good lift.
Good job. Good job.
Alicia Webb now sits in second place with a 488 dot score, 2 points above Deborah Mazzullo at 486.
See what the referees say here. Good lift. So she was another one that went 9 for 9.
Yeah. Again, you called it there, right? There's a lot of good execution here,
Yeah.
and not just I mean in both sessions. I mean, we had several lifters in the first flight, 3 lifters there, I believe, 4 that went 9 for 9. So that is good execution we're seeing here at the Arnold. LaTanya Snell retaking 197.5 kilos.
Come on.
Again, can she lock out those knees?
I wonder if
I don't think they're locked.
No, I think she's too far back and her knees are unlocked. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just so it tends to happen where a lifter would lean back, right, in effort to get those shoulders back. But in what would happen in the contrary would be those knees soften as you lean back. So that might be the case of what happened here.
April Gray. We've got 3 more polls here, ladies and gentlemen. We're not done with the fight for the top 5, so
April Gray is sitting solidly in 6th place, right? She's not advancing with this poll. Looking to just get an extra 2.5 kilos added to her total, trying to snag that American record. Again, playing her own game here, trying to beat a record, claim that.
All right. It'll be there again.
Again, walks away with 2.5 kilos below that 202.5. So not a major decrease here. And again, she does sit in 6th place, so she does place within the top 10. Carrie Varco up next.
Okay.
Wow, what an attempt here by Carrie Varco. 205, taking a 12.5 kilo jump. See what the referees say.
Wow,
3 white
nice
lights.
lift.
I believe Carrie Varco actually walked away with a world record attempt in the squat with 215. So
huge.
What a well-executed meet there. Just missing 1 lift, but still walking away with 2 massive lifts in the squat and deadlift.
All right. This is our final poll. I said, would we see a 500-pound pull? Here we go.
Again, Jacqueline Dublé not looking to beat Sally, Deborah, or Alicia in those 2 to 4 placements, but she is attempting a 500-pound deadlift here. 500-pound, ladies and gentlemen. Jacqueline Dublé. For that 5th place, 482 dots points and 500 pounds as the cherry on top. And to close it off, the 9 for 9 day.
That's huge. Put it in the record books here.
Oh, wow.
Oh. With an exclamation point.
2
Who
to
cares
1.
about that red light?
It does not get any better than that. 2 to 1, ladies and gentlemen. 500 pounds for Jacqueline Dublé. 482 dots points. Whew. Wow, what an exciting session that was.
I don't even know how many America records, how many world. Just
oh
too
my
many to
gosh!
count.
I mean, just in Janice alone, right? She walked away with like 6 records.
Yes, at least. I mean, at the end of the day, it's really 2.
Right,
but, you know?
yeah. But I mean, just to see a lot of these ladies just either trade records, hit PRs in the Masters, right? Which is already a big feat in itself. It's just such an incredible thing to look at. I mean, I really admire the Master Lift, and I genuinely have a really fun time commentating and just watching these athletes perform.
Day 1 at the Arnold is in the books, ladies and gentlemen. So here's our top 5 for the women's. We have Jen Thompson in 1st. We have Alicia Webb. She pretty much solidified that with her last poll. We have Deborah Mazzullo in 3rd. Sally Goldman in 4th. And you just saw Jacqueline pull at 5:01 to lock in 5th place. So congrats to those ladies. 3 of those women are going to take home checks today. And 3 of those women are also going to be pro card holders if they aren't already.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you hit the nail on the head there. We have money being given out with the top 3 and medals for the top 5. So over to the men's, we have Alejandro Wickman taking that 1st place spot, Matt Mucci Grosso in 2nd, Lee Wells in 3rd, followed by Michael Lestingi in 4th, and Jose Gonzalez in that 5th place position. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it has been such a pleasure commentating for you guys. My name is Kevin Serrano, and I was joined by
Jan Dario.
And we are closing out the day 1 of the USA Powerlifting Arnold Sports Festival. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.